Hello, everybody.
Hello.
We're back and better than ever.
Better than ever?
Yeah, we
I just realized my camera's kind
just
of...
got to some cool parks this past week.
We did.
Mm. Boom, 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 boom.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Oh! Okay.
Oh, uh-oh. Dun, dun. Jaws. What's happening?
Nostalgia, however, doesn't pay the bills. You fuck... We're not... Well, yeah. You know what? We're live stream. You fucking own Conneaut Lake Park. Nostalgia is the only thing going to pay your bills. Oh my god, this guy!
Uh-oh. Is that something you found? It's like an article that you saw? Is that on Reddit?
No. Can we make shirts that say Todd Joseph is ruining Conneaut?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Todd Joseph murdered the tumblebug. Todd Joseph is a serial killer.
Todd Joseph sucks my Connie nut.
Bill Linkheimer actually publicly said he is increasingly concerned about the future of Conneaut Lake Park.
Really?
He's in charge of Western PA Ace.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is unreal.
Oh boy. I was really afraid of this when that announcement happened that night, and I was like, the chances of that happening.
What announcement?
When it was like, well, not really an announcement. When it was leaked that Cognac was going to possibly be selling, when the trustees were going to be selling, I was like, oh boy. Ooh. Have you read the whole article?
Not yet. Why?
One of the teachers said, McCoy, she's a teacher near the area, said it's no one's fault that those rides have been neglected. Tumblebug and Blue Streak.
Yeah, they're not neglected.
I know,
They
that's
weren't
why.
neglected. Oh my god. Six figures to restore each train car?
It's likely.
The board of trustees. He's saying the community needs to give Joseph
Yeah,
a chance.
root for him.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, he said root for him, big time.
Yeah, okay, here it is. Jim Becker is executive director of the Economic Progress Alliance of Crawford County.
It used to.
The Economic Development Organization, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
He said the agency successfully maintained the park, including the Tumblebug and Blue Streak, while paying off back taxes and creditors.
Yeah, I read that.
I mean, I get it. They're like, yeah, they're not there to run an amusement park. That makes sense, but
Ugh.
the rides were not neglected. That's the thing. They like, I mean, it's at one point they were, but they're. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mm.
What are you doing? Are you gonna write Todd Joseph?
Didn't I?
What?
Didn't I?
Didn't you? Do what?
I did write Todd Joseph. Oh, you mean right? No.
No, I said, are you...
Like right to him?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. This fucker. Oh my god, this fucker. Wait. Oh my god.
You can write him a review on Google. He has a 2.3 rating. Someone said this guy's a scam artist. He tried to say I didn't pay rent or give a deposit. Luckily for that,
Dude, he's charging access. He's charging a fee for a public park now. All the cottage owners beside the lake are now being charged access fees.
are they on Cognac property?
I'm not completely sure. $10 a day.
That's kind of like that. Did you hear about that Ferris wheel? I think it's in Maryland. They're supposed to be. It was like technically on state, or maybe it was. I think it might have been county property, like by like 10 feet or something, and they started charging them. So they just had to remove the Ferris wheel.
They think this is illegal.
All right, here it is.
Oh, they're not even allowed to access it through. Oh my god. This guy's a jackass.
What now, Bob? What could possibly be worse? I'm just kidding.
I'm not saying that with either Conneaut or SeaWorld.
Oh my god, Bob. That picture.
I'm angry. Can you tell?
No.
I didn't think so. Sega wants to open a theme park.
Really?
Here they go again, following behind Nintendo.
Yeah. Which one are you looking at?
Hmm?
Which one are you looking at this one?
I'm about to put it on.
Oh.
Oh, wait. No, that's not it. Oh, wait, is it? Hold on. No. Anybody in the live chat, if you have... Guess what I'm upset about, Alex? Take a guess.
Or don't.
Yes. It is Conneaut. Just more of the same. But, like, the guy's, like, being even dumber than I thought he was. He's just really dumb. Oh, actually, I'm changing that. Ah! Shoot. How did I... What? Oh, my God.
What?
I don't know. I hit the wrong button and Firefox just completely went away.
Oh. Not yet, Alex. Not yet.
No, but it's not looking good.
As far as we know, not yet. Go grab my phone. I'll be right back.
You still in New Jersey, Alex? Past 1 p.m. I wrote it past 1 p.m. I actually wrote it closer to park closing. I mean, it is really it's, it's really freaking good. I love it, but people are just like, oh my god, RMC, RMC, oh mighty RMC. It sucks. I mean, not JDC. Are you getting Long John Silver's? You need to get Long John Silver's. Chicken. Or chicken and fish. Make sure you try the chicken. So you're saying it was like nitro?
Oh, I'm back.
Oh, did you see the video of Harley Quinn at Six Flags America?
Yeah.
That was frightening.
Yeah, it was. And then I
mean-
subsequently went and rode a China Discovery the next day, so.
We almost did as well, except the line was 70 minutes.
Oh.
70 minutes.
At Over Georgia, it was a walk-on, so.
So Harley Quinn did it. It had a safety shutdown, but the brakes engaged as well as the drive motor, or something like that, and it started bouncing, but it started bouncing in a resonance, and the
pretty
entire leg just was waving like it was rubber. The
was pretty
video is funny because people were like, people standing in the queue are like, oh hell no, we're out of here.
Yep, everyone just started running away.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I might maybe want to do that. Well, here's the funny thing, though. We rode the What is Zamperla's pendulum that goes upside down? I forget
The
the
inverting
model.
one.
Yeah.
Here's the accident video.
We rode it at
Isn't it-
Nickelodeon Universe, and as we were swinging, it was
I hate
like-
that one so much. I'm like, ugh.
Oh, I loved it, dude. It was so awesome. Having the ceiling right there, it was like you were like walking. It was amazing.
I wanted to throw up on that when I rode it last time we were there.
You don't like you don't like the inverting ones either, Alex? Oh man, I loved it.
It should rot. Rot in hell.
Yeah, I know. Well, they're most of them are Zamperla. The giant
Discovery
Discoveries are
Revolution.
Zamperla.
That's what it is.
That's it. Revolution. Oh, I love those things. They're fun.
Fun to hate, I guess, yeah. Oh, they're not my cup of tea.
Just watching his leg wobble like that, man, it's freaking amazing.
It's pretty great, yeah. Dirty low down. All the riders are like, what the heck? I love all the people walking out like, yep, nope,
Peace. I'm
not
out.
today.
I love this video. Oh, El Toro is a good 100th. You could really piss James off and do Nitro.
What? Oh. I don't care. You guys think I care? I don't really care about you guys liking Nitro. I just don't think it's a good ride.
I don't know how.
I've ridden it 4 separate times. I've ridden it every season of the year. I think I've ridden it more than all of you guys, both of you guys. I give it a try every time I go. It's not good.
I don't understand. My sister literally had a bruise on her, like, right where the lap bar was, because she just was, like, almost violently coming out of her seat and hitting it.
Oh my god.
She even said that. She's like, man, so like she was like, I'm gonna have a bruise after this, and like she showed us. She absolutely like it was a legit bruise.
Cam, just don't prepare for that kind of airtime because it doesn't exist on that ride. Please don't. Let's not get some hopes up that aren't going to be there because not even Mako has that level of airtime. Is Raging Bull that good, Mike? I've heard different things about that. I've heard some people hate it, some people love it. Assuming you like it, so. I tell you one thing though, Goliath at Over Georgia is easily my favorite, over Mako even. Which is surprising, I know. That ride's like hit or miss for some people it seems, but I have, there's ejector airtime on that ride. Yeah, I agree.
Goliath?
At Over Georgia. The one I'm talking about. That you're obviously not listening to me.
I'm sorry. I was looking for news. I was like doing my job.
Oh. Okay. I'm sorry, Bob. Did this guy just post about this Cedar Point thing?
What's Cedar Point thing?
A day ago, someone just pointed out, says Cedar Fair slowly moving its headquarters away from Sandusky. City officials
Oh,
are concerned.
yeah.
That's so late. We talked about that like a week or two ago.
It was even on there. I think. I don't know.
Rain. I didn't see it on Reddit before that.
Let me tell you,
Oh,
if
boy.
you're going to go to American Dream, now's the time to do it because the New Jersey State Fair is an experience all in itself. It's interesting.
Did
But
you-
they have a zipper and a gravitron.
The Ride to Happiness.
Those are the rides to happiness.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm talking about them.
A Mac.
The Mac Daddy?
The Mac spinning coaster
The Daddy Mac.
is
Return of the
soft
Mac.
opening in July. It's like the same model as Twisted Time Traveler. Looks like it's kind of themed to the same thing. It has like the gear models, like kind of like what Time Traveler has on its logo. This is all in a different language. Let me translate it. Happiness from July 1st to July 1st. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Why is this a Google search? Should not be a Google search. There we go. You know what's funny, Mike, is that you're talking about possibly losing the bet and not having us go past midnight, but I still have a feeling that's going to happen. Even though we started 2 hours earlier than we typically do. What do you know? Another park is opening up around. Plop. Saland. Plop Saland.
SeaWorld sucks. I mean, it's
Plopsaland.
it really is starting to become a universal opinion.
I still enjoy their parks quite a bit.
I mean, you can't beat their lawn ornaments.
I know. But it's a good business decision, Bob, so it's okay.
Mike, you're still gonna make money. You're gonna have me going off about Conneaut again.
And then me going
You're gonna have me and James getting into it.
violently, I'm sure. We can't engage in civil debate on this show. Where's the fun in that? We're gonna start like bringing in family members and I feel like we're always on the verge of that. Like, well, yeah, your mom's ugly. Why is SeaWorld at all these lawn ornaments? I don't know.
All right. I think we dug through some news. It's not like we need a lot of news.
Yeah, because the second half of the show can stay the same right there. And then this.
Mhm.
So the second half of the show, this part can stay the same.
Wait, what? Oh,
Never mind, Bob.
I'm not on that tab. Sorry.
But I thought you were. Never mind. All right. Now
What
we just need
is
a
the
weekly
rag
poll.
to happiness.
Oh man, Bob, you kill me. I just literally said it and explained the entire ride to you, pretty much.
Oh, this is the return of the Mac.
Yes. Hey, it's the mock. I'm just kidding. Oh, ho ho! We forgot about this. Where is it
What
at?
did we forget about?
FunSpot America releasing another update.
Lag time is just bad. That's awesome, Mike. I like that a lot.
Raindrops keep falling on my head. I considered going to FunSpot America Atlanta, and then I was like, wait, they're gonna have an RMC next year. Why would I do that now? I do have a FunSpot season pass though, so it kind of made sense, but we didn't have time, so.
I briefly debated buying the Lego season pass. Then I found out it was $200 friggin' dollars.
Legoland?
Yeah, so we went to the Lego Discovery Center at American Dream.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, maybe I'll just buy a season pass and go visit Legoland in New York and possibly even Legoland in Florida. And then I saw it was $200 and I said, nope.
Oh, wow. Did you see it? I'm glad you did. Never mind. I'm not going to tell you because you're going to be mean to me.
What?
Nothing. Exactly. Nothing.
RMC update number 3.
Can we just do this for this news? Let's just do this. I like that better. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, fucking A.
Except now you're messing it all up. What? He's not a
Wait.
bag.
Bob, chill out. I know what I'm doing.
I know what you're doing too. I just like harassing you.
Gotta trust the process.
Does Pam remember it's tonight?
Probably not.
I'll text her.
She'll probably, no, if you don't, she'll probably get on Friday and be like,
She was probably on Thursday going, guys, hey, where is everybody? Where's Timmy at?
I don't know, he said he'd be here. He wrote like a hell of a paragraph for the weekly poll this week. Like, I'm gonna have to like make sure it's like an essay. I'm reading like an essay. I want to hear Daniel's thoughts on Jersey Devil. He
All right, I'm a big enough guy to admit
Did he
when I'm
go up
wrong,
there?
and,
Oh, is he with Alex?
Yeah,
yeah, he's with Alex.
I was wrong.
Ah.
Gotta let it warm up a bit, but Jersey Devil Coaster, or should I say New Jersey's Devil Coaster?
Oh my gosh.
Because it's not the Jersey Devil, it's a devil, not the Jersey Devil. But regardless, back row ride. I got a front and a back for number 2 and 3.
Can you guys hear it or no?
Definitely back row. But
I got yelled at by the Rad Ops. Well, not really me, person in front of me.
Okay.
so, you know, good job, Six Flags Great Adventure. Winter ride. So Wonder Woman is definitely the better of the two.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Have not written Railblazer, but I can't imagine Railblazer being too much different than Wonder
All right,
Woman.
that makes me
But,
feel better
between
about
Wonder Woman
Single
and
Rail.
this, Wonder Woman is still better. But
I thought this was gonna happen. I think I might even said on the show that because it's more of a elongated out and back instead of a compact ride like the other single rails, it might not be as good.
it still does an incredible job.
I mean, that's my whole thing
Really
about it.
just-
Like, Jersey Devil Coaster was phenomenal, but it was not what it was hyped up to be.
That's what I'm confused. I don't know if you're. I haven't heard that much hype for it. I wasn't really. I was wondering what hype you guys are talking about. Like when Alex was saying that as well. I haven't heard anything about Jersey Devil except like a few people going it's pretty good. I've heard mostly actually that it's okay. It's not that great. I listen to Coaster Radio and the trip reports are all like, yeah, it's pretty good. It's definitely not amazing.
Oh, there might be. I actually called Coaster Radio from Nick Universe.
We called them from Universal. We gave a trip report.
Did you call yourself Coaster Talk JB?
No, I said James from Coaster Talk though, because that's how they know me.
Coaster Talk Bob.
I said I'm James
I-
from Coaster Talk because that's how they know me.
I had a complaint. Well, actually, you probably saw my tweet. I was pretty upset.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I saw the one you're talking about.
I mean, I still really like the park though. Everybody loved it. Everybody in my group, like they really enjoyed it. So back to the hype about Jersey Devil.
You're talking
I think
about
it was-
American Dream, right?
Yeah.
The one where you were like,
Nickelodeon Universe.
it was,
Dude,
they
we
closed
went
the rides
through-
3 to 4 hours early or something. One of the rides.
The one ride, and then it wasn't only that, it was the attitude of the person. Like, we were walking up and
Which ride was it?
Jimmy Neutron's Atom Smasher.
Okay.
LJ really wanted to ride it. We were going back to ride it, and the bathroom's right behind it, so like he had to go to the
I
bathroom
gotcha.
first.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
And we went. It was open. We walked out, and they clicked the chain, and they were given like the last cycle, but the last cycle wasn't even half full, and we're like, what? Can't we just ride this cycle? Like we haven't. And they're like, no, these are the last people that are riding today. The park was still open for 3 hours, like. And then it even made me madder that the supervisor was like, "Oh, I will make sure that it gets opened at 5:30." We even stayed till like 5:40, just to like make sure. Nope, nothing. Well, he said between 5 and 5:30. Never opened.
I had kind of the opposite experience at Fun Spot. I'll talk about that on the show though. It was very similar.
I mean, like I get it. You don't have enough staff. Post it. Like
Yes, I agree. Yeah, Wonder Woman is crazy good. I think it's top 15 for me, so it's really great.
yeah, so I think that's a lot of the. I think some of the hype was basically like a carryover from it, and Jersey Devil just maybe doesn't live up to it.
Yeah, I'm really not surprised. I mean, I'm surprised that it's disappointing to some. I thought I'd still be like everyone would love it, but
I mean, I love it.
I'm not saying that you're one of them, but I've heard a lot of people say they're actually disappointed with it, so which surprised me. But I kind of figured it might not be as crazy as Wonder Woman. I mean, Wonder Woman's like a shot of adrenaline for like a solid, and it's so short that it's like you don't have time to like really think about what just happened until you hit the brakes and you're like, what the absolute hell did I just encounter? It's nuts. I mean, it's nuts. And I just didn't get that same vibe from Jersey Devil, and I need to ride it, but
I need to ride a Velocicoaster.
Yes. That is a ride that's worth the hype. I don't know about Jersey. I can't speak to Jersey Devil quite yet, but that ride is nuts. It's right behind Voyage for me, so that's where I've placed it.
So you want to hear another weird thing?
What?
Shellraiser didn't hurt me at all.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? How?
Did not hurt Piper at all, which I was really
And
afraid.
you said your aunt, right? Or her aunt, her mother. Your sister, right?
Both my sisters they were out of commission for like a half hour. It just knocked them on their ass. I don't understand. And I actually was reading some comments on Reddit not too long ago, and like there are actually people saying that like they can't figure it out because they have good rides, they have bad rides, they can't figure out the formula, they have no idea. Not only that, but also Takabisha.
Yeah, I've heard that about. I've heard that about Takabisha. Yeah.
I don't understand it. Like, how can you have a coaster that, I mean, and people in the same cars,
It's nitro. That's the nitro effect.
It must be the nitro effect. Holy crap! Except all of us experienced the glorious airtime that is nitro.
Except me and Timmy and Daniel for a good while.
Let's put it this way: like, I really did like. I mean, I felt my head kind of moving around. Like, so it wasn't like it completely disappeared, but it wasn't bad enough to give me a headache. The only thing I'm thinking is maybe it's actually the right side of the train. Because
Bob, I don't know. I rode every row, every side. I didn't find anything wrong with it. I can't speak to it. I don't know.
Both,
Maybe.
help me remember. I'm almost certain that both times I rode it with you guys, I was on the left side of the train, like when you're sitting in it.
I remember. I know at least the first ride you were on the left because I remember looking back at you. I was on the right side and I looked back and you were on the left seat.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't remember the second time necessarily. I think you rode in the front the second time, right? Because you were like, I don't want to try that in the back. I want to try it in the front this time.
Yeah, something. I did one of each. But I think both times I was on the left side.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. And Piper and I were on the right side, and both my sisters were on the left side.
You were on the right, you said?
This time, yeah.
Did you only ride it once?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize that.
I wasn't going to push my luck. Especially with Piper. I didn't tell Piper it was a launch coaster.
Was she mad
And
at
it was
you?
fun. No, she wasn't. It was hilarious. We got off and she still has in her mind she hates launch coasters, except some of her favorite rides are launch coasters, like Thunderbird. She loves Thunderbird. And she got off. She loves Shellraiser. Oh my God, she loves Shellraiser. And we were talking about Kingda Ka, and Piper's like, I don't like launch coasters. And Lori was like, you just rode one. She's like, that's not a launch coaster. I'm like, yeah. How do you think we started moving? She's like, what? Oh.
Did she get on Ka or no? I'm assuming not.
Oh God, no. Honestly, I didn't want to push that because if she would have got on it,
did you get on Ka or did you not ride it again?
Yeah. No, I rode it.
And you
it was better in the front. It was still rough.
That's what I've heard. It's better. I mean, that's what I think too. It's better in the front, but it's definitely still has a rattle.
I rode Zimmanjaro.
Did you? Did you like that? I didn't think Zimmanjaro was that good.
I was frightened.
Were you?
It was not anywhere near as bad as I was expecting.
No,
so
it's not that good.
You want to hear a funny story about it?
Wait, why do we not do? Wait, hold up. We're doing it, Bob.
Yeah, why? We are doing it.
No, everything you just said. Keep that in a bottle and repeat it and spew it out again when we get to the second half. Oh man, I just realized it. I feel like we're in the show, and then it's like, no, we're not. All right, the 27th.
We need to just hit record while we're talking.
Making that easier for me to edit, I guess, right?
I did. One more thing I want to say. I did successfully get Piper and LJ to both ride the launch and drop tower at Nickelodeon Universe.
You got them to ride the
LJ.
launch tower?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. That's a good one.
Yes.
Did they
LJ
like it?
loved it. LJ loved it. Piper loved it, but I think she didn't want to let on that she loved it.
Okay. That's one of my. That's a good drop tower. I mean, it's not one of my favorites, but it's really good. I enjoy that. I like the view, and I like that it's multiple launches and then a drop.
Yeah, it's really good. I love that Discovery though. That was the Discovery Revolution. That was so great. Like it was such an awkward feeling. Like with the ceiling being there, like you feel like, oh, I'm on the floor. Wait.
And for me, I'm
That's
like,
so weird.
oh, I'm going to vomit over there.
Our first ride cycle wasn't nearly as exciting because the ride operator, I think, was worried that LJ wasn't going to like it. And then when he asked to stay on, I swear we flipped like 6 times. It was pretty great.
I saw the one at Fun Spot America, Kissimmee, and I was like, maybe I'll consider getting back on one of these. Screw it, kind of. Then I saw it. I counted it flipped upside down 13 times, and I'm like, yep, I'm not doing that one. I'm like, that would be bad. We're getting on the Sky Coaster, and and me and Timmy and my mother were all watching it go, and we were all counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm like up to 13, and I'm like, nope. All right, that's definitely not happening.
Are you sure? They're fun. Watching LJ flip for the first time though was like, oh, there were so many great reactions. With
I hate
LJ.
it also. I don't mind once the upside down has become like a continuous cycle where it's just like upside down, upside down. That's not as bad. I hate when it like holds you up there and you're like stuck upside down for like a matter of seconds, and then I'm like, oh my god, that's what gets me.
Yeah.
Zumanjaro is, I'd say, the weakest drop tower I think I've done, possibly.
No, it's not weaker than an S&S.
I thought so. It's my least favorite drop tower, I'd say.
Mock tire.
I don't mind the like launch.
Mock
drop
tower is
towers.
frightening because you're afraid it's just gonna break.
Mock Tower's drop's actually not that bad, though. I don't know why people. I
No,
don't like
it
the
is-
ride, but
It is actually a decent drop.
yeah.
I'm not saying S&S are like not fun. I'm just saying when it comes to the drop, they're stupid weak. But like the whole ride factor though adds to it. Oh, that's awesome. Joker, man. Joker was a hit. It was a hit this week with everybody. And then when we saw a zipper, LJ and I conspired to kidnap Grandma and go to the fair. And then finally, my sister, like, we had walkie-talkies between our 2 cars. She was like, well, if you guys, we have room in the car, we'll take Grandma back to the motel and you guys can go. We're like, all right, we're on our way. We literally pulled off on the side of the interstate.
Get out! I'm just kidding.
It wasn't far off from that.
Yeah, the one at Knoebels is a Larson Pam. Kentucky Kingdoms as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Thomas straight
the
up refused to
Walden
do the Larson at Kentucky Kingdom.
What?
He's scared of drop towers, and we're like, come on, do the Larson with us. It's small.
Wait, who is?
Thomas.
Oh, come on, it's small.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Come on, look at it. Come on, that can't be that bad, right? And he would not do it. He wouldn't budge. Alex liked it though, so we got one of them on. Finally on it, Larson. And then they had one at Beach Bend, and I swear to God, this is accurate. This is exactly how it happened. We're sitting, me and Daniel are sitting like next to each other, and we look off in the distance real quick, and you can just see like storm clouds a little bit, and all of a sudden you can like start to see like the haze you see from rain, and we're like, shit, that's like hard rain. And Daniel's like, excuse me, ma'am, like the attendant, she's like checking restraints, she's about to come over and operate the ride, and we're like, can we get off real quick? And we all pointed to the rain, and she's like, oh yeah, let us go. We sprinted over to like a big umbrella they had, and then all of a sudden it just started pouring, like drain. It was like a tropical storm. And then we'd forgotten Timmy though. Timmy was still on the ride, so Timmy comes running while it's pouring down rain, like opens the gate and running over to us in the rain. It was so funny. It was like a movie scene. It was so funny. Timmy's like, all of a sudden she walked over to me and said, hey, do you want to join your friends? And he's like, wait, what do you mean? And then he realized that we went on the ride. It's pretty funny.
That's awesome.
It was pretty great. It's one of my favorite stories I think we had, at least from that trip. That was amazing. All right.
Oh, not the highlight of my week was definitely LJ on the Gravitron though, and the zipper. That was like
The icing on top. So was that one of your days, or was that like at nighttime that you guys did that?
no, that was we were leaving. We literally, I'm not joking. We went to the mall 3 times, once for Nick Universe, and then like after we were done in the park, we hung out at the mall. Then we went back for another almost whole day at the mall. And then we went another day.
So you like that mall?
There was a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I know, but you seemed to enjoy it last time we were there too.
Yeah, I mean it's really cool. But Piper and LJ rented those animals and we're driving.
Oh God,
that was entertaining. We did the black-white mini golf in the mirror maze.
Did you do the ice skating rink?
No.
I like ice skating. I probably would have tried to do that. I probably will try to do it. If I ever go back there, that'll be something I do.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually kind of surprised that really didn't come up. Like, not even from the kids. I think there was just so much other stuff that they were so
Preoccupied, my kind of.
like mesmerized with that, like, I don't know.
All right, Bob. Should we start the show at 9
Yeah.
like we always do?
We probably should.
Next week's weekly poll.
Oh, this crap again.
Oh boy. After this argument, we should say who's right, Bob or James. I feel like we always generate a weekly poll from the news, but I don't know if there's much this week.
Does SeaWorld suck? Actually, would you visit a Sega park?
Yeah, I mean, I think most enthusiasts probably would visit any park, though. Like, if this was for the general public, that'd be a great poll. I feel like most enthusiasts are just going to say yes for the credits.
Well, we need to reward it.
Is
Would
the
you
IP...
like to see a Sega?
Yeah, is the IP
park?
for Sega, yeah, does that interest you? Alright, that's good.
9:30. Oh, the best drop tire. That's actually a good one too.
Yeah, we could talk about that. Would you rather do that, or would you rather do Sega Park?
I don't know.
I feel like we're going to talk about you're going to talk about Jimajaro. I'll talk about Falcon's Fury. That's probably one of my favorite drop towers.
Yeah, yeah. Let's do the drop tire one.
I feel like we might have done this before, but it's time. It's about time to do it again. So because we've
Yeah,
written so many
whatever.
different ones, and
I don't care. Like at this point, I'm just gonna go back and start like.
I don't know if anyone
recommending
else really remembers the Bricky polls we did 3 years ago either. So
There's not any more questions.
it's about
that
time to. Well, I'm gonna announce this. All right.
Will Blue Streak reopen? There's a question for you.
It's time for this. All right, because it's coming up. We're not gonna. We'll figure it out later, but we'll talk after the show a little bit probably. But it's time for this. Because this is about time we did it last year. Is that okay?
Yep.
You see what I wrote?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're not just saying yep. Yep. Shut up, James. Let's get on with the show. All right. I'm gonna hit the restroom first, but then we'll start. I just say like,
Where's Timmy at? So nobody went to CoasterCon, did they? I saw some pictures, but I didn't really. I don't know. I like just saw some things on Twitter. Summer school. Uh-huh. So, do you teach Monday through Friday for summer school? One operator for the whole park. That's what that's what it's gonna be. Actually, they're gonna start they're gonna start telling your group, showing your group how to run the rides, and like your group will just have to run the ride for yourselves. they'll st- they'll put little coin slots on all the roller coasters. You have to deposit like $3 in quarters in order to ride. It's a fully automated system. Yeah, it's ridiculous. SeaWorld, like I really thought SeaWorld was gonna kind of hurt themselves, but like they're just racing towards it. They're not just slowly killing themselves. They're just I don't know. It's ridiculous. That's what they're gonna do. No, it won't even be free rides. It'll be discounted rides if you operate a coaster for an hour. They don't give anything away for free. They don't even give away the stuff they promised you they'd give away.
oh boy.
Or the requirement to enter the SeaWorld parks will be like you have to operate a ride for an hour. Then you're free to enjoy. But you still got to get your own lockers. Because they'll trust you to run the ride, but they won't trust you to handle your belongings in a secure manner.
What's happening?
Huh?
What are you guys talking about?
SeaWorld.
They'll trust you to operate the ride?
Yeah. It's going to be a requirement. In order to ride rides, you're going to have to operate a ride for an hour. Then you can ride other rides.
As a guest? Is the joke flying over me?
Apparently.
Okay, I get it. Never mind. Okay. I thought it was a joke, but then I was like, is this like actually something that they announced? Like that's
Like,
I don't put it past them to say something like that to their employees. Like, hey,
SeaWorld will be the only park that you have to go with an
And-
odd number of people in your group.
so one can operate one.
And it has to be a minimum of 3.
I get it, Pam. I thought it was a joke, but at first I thought you guys were actually talking about something they announced or something like. Yeah, you.
Oh, don't worry. The announcement's forthcoming. This is how you're going to get the new level of pass. you have to work at the park.
The
for
Platinum Elite.
Diamond.
I mean,
The Diamond membership. Give us $700. We're gonna let you park under the roller coaster, and then we're gonna close it, take it away from you, and give it to the Platinum Pass holders. Except we don't like them either, so like, all the Premier will get it.
except screw that. We'll just give it to the general admission.
Busan parking attendant. And as a special bonus, you get your own orange and green vest to take home as a souvenir.
Maybe you get a name tag too.
No, you have to buy that.
Yeah. That'll be $35.
No. You can get the $15 one that's a piece of cardboard and duct tape. But if you want the Premier, the plastic one,
Yeah.
you have to
A
actually
little
pay
magnet
for
clip.
it.
We're talking delicacies here. You get a magnet on the back.
And it's not payment. You have to donate to the fund, the conservation fund, in order to get the solid name tag. I guess I misread.
You didn't read the fine print.
Oh, that's right. It was that 50% discount,
Yeah.
but only at your home park.
Oh yeah, I'll be talking about that. I have some news. That's the only redeeming quality of SeaWorld though, is their conservation though, and their environmental
I mean,
outreach programs.
that's the thing. Like, I don't mind donating for the plastic card, but why not take $10 of the obscene amount of money that I pay you and donate it yourselves, and just give me the plastic card? Why do I have why?
No, I get that. I'm not talking about that exact ridiculous thing they throw in for the pass, but I'm just talking about in general. Like just their conservation environmental outreach is pretty great. Like especially when like Busch Gardens Williamsburg doesn't touch on it as much. When you go like SeaWorld or Busch Gardens Tampa, you really see it in a whole new light. It's really cool. And like it's a different like segment of SeaWorld that you get to see. It's not like the
Yeah.
corporate shit. It's like, hey, these people are out here working their butts off to help these animals. It's really cool to see. So yeah, that's like the when I saw that when I saw the orca show, and you know, you go and see like the animals at BGT. It's different. It makes you feel different about SeaWorld. That's like that's like one of the most redeeming qualities about the chain as a whole. Then I come back to reality and try to buy a shirt, and I'm like, God dang it.
Well, I mean, if all that money went to the conservation fund, then
Yeah,
okay. The problem is it goes to the
Conservation Corporation Fund.
the corporate conservation fund.
Let's conserve corporate. Oh, schnizzle boss.
Conserving the officers' millions.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here's a good question.
When are we going to start the show?
Well, why haven't I had Audacity open?
Boo.
Because you know what this means. Since I haven't had it open, that means something's going to go wrong. All right, test it. Let's see. Hey, I think it might actually be on the right mic. Ah! It might be. I need to turn my air down. Hold on a second.
Quick, spam the chat with opinions Bob won't like before he gets back. Hurry. I'm just kidding.
All right, I'm back.
Are you now?
Okay. July 23rd. Maybe.
I'll be working, sadly, probably.
That's like a whole month away.
It's a Friday. Yeah, I'll probably be working.
All right, level test, level test. Testing. Conneaut
good.
level test.
It's good, Mike. It's good.
I can't believe you just did that.
What? Pin the message?
You just pinned it.
That Katie is an elite park? Yeah. I thought I did the wrong thing for a second. I was like, crap, what did I block airtime mic or something?
No, it's just funny.
Yeah. That was the intent of that one. The way you reacted, I'm like, crap.
Oh man. All right. Oh, my audio actually seems kind of low. I don't know. How's my audio been recently?
In just general, it's been fine. Yeah.
Level has been good.
Yeah.
All right. I think I need to boost this a little bit.
I really need to rewrite Storm Runner after riding Velocicoaster again. I think I would like. I just don't remember liking it that
All right,
much.
testing audio again.
But I need to rewrite because it was like 4 years ago. So
Testing audio, testing. This is if James makes me angry. This is if Connie makes me angry.
at least I know I'm not the most. I don't irritate you the most. I think Pam, he was asking more like on my end when he recorded in Audacity how it sounds.
Yeah, I was just testing the Audacity levels. What's actually recorded for the podcast.
Because if you don't know, this is not the actual podcast. People seem to
To
forget
Pam,
that.
it apparently is.
Yeah, this is the podcast. This is the extent of her knowledge of our podcast. Somebody asked, how do you listen to the podcast? Oh, you just go to YouTube every Thursday.
Who's somebody asked Pam that?
No, I said if somebody did.
Oh,
She'd be
probably.
like,
Yeah,
just go to YouTube every Thursday night. And they
probably. All right.
Oh,
Hey, I think we might actually be able to start at 9.
you just want to wait 7 minutes? Just for a celebration?
We could start before 9. Thank
We-
you.
We could.
Like, nope. There was that one time we started before 9. Oh, except I need a drink.
Except we got on 2 hours before.
Hold on.
Run, Bob, run! I don't know if I've ever seen Bob run, actually, so that would be a pretty fantastic spectacle to bear witness to, but sadly his camera's out of view. I hope he actually ran, though.
You underestimate my power. That's impossible.
Oh, wow. Bob, we cannot hear you.
Now that I'm unmuted, I'll talk.
Okay.
Since I know I'm talking about Cognac, this is the drink for the evening. I have a feeling it will be needed. Hydration will be important. Cam, are you saying that jokingly?
I think, yeah.
Yes.
Earlier I said, like a lot earlier, when Airtime Mike said Katie is in Elite Park, I said, quick, while Bob's gone, say an opinion in the chat he won't like. And I think he just got the memo, maybe, and he... I wish I could dual pin a comment, but sadly I can't.
That's a good question. That should be the weekly poll. Who's worse, Todd Joseph or Rob Alvey?
Or are they both the twin rulers of hell?
Or what's his name in SeaWorld?
Mark Swanson? CEO? Are you talking about the CEO?
Sure. All right. Audio's good.
Okay, are we good?
I think we're good.
I think we are. We never know until we get like majority way through the show, and then we're like, "Oh crap, we're not. We're not good."
Wait. I'll be calm to start the show. Okay. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
3, 2.
There were no new parks for us this week, but there was new experiences as we both revisited some of our favorite parks. We both did some big trips. Me and Bob here. Welcome back to another episode of Coaster Talk Podcast. We're going to be talking about that in the second half of the show. For right now, we're just going to be sticking with some news. But welcome to Your Source for Everything Roller Coasters, episode number 126. It's June 27th, 2021. Hey, Bob, what's going on?
Well, a lot actually went on.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to, like, there's so much I want to talk about, but I can't.
know.
I have to wait to the second half of the show.
Yeah.
The second part. Of
Oh,
the show.
yes.
Let's face it. It's never half.
No, but it's a figure of speech. I don't know if it's ever been half for many podcasters, but
I know.
yeah.
But in our case, we've actually had instances where it's been like 10 minutes on one
Yeah.
side and an hour on the other.
In that case, it definitely wasn't a half. But yeah, we're going to be talking about some very, very, very exciting trips that we both took in the past week. Actually, both of us just getting home right before recording the show. But we're going to reserve that for the second part of the show. First off, we're talking about some news. And first off, in the news, we're talking about something that is angering Bob. He's actually so mad that he has turned the Sour Patch Kid that he got in American Dream to the red side. If you don't know, a few months ago, we went to American Dream and he bought some Sour Patch Kids. It's a tin can with the blue side and red side. And whenever Bob gets mad, he turns it to red. Now he actually has the Sour Patch Kid and the Swedish Fish, which are both red. I'm trying to create some illustration here for the audio listeners.
Because
But why are you mad, Bob?
Todd Joseph. That's all I need to say, really.
End of the news. Yep, that's it.
So, Cleveland, not Erie, Cleveland.
Cleveland, Ohio.
It's gone to another state. Another state is now saying Conneaut sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, sort of. Like, yeah, it's bad. Let me pull up this article here, and
Yeah, this is
this is going to be a long quote, really long quote.
I think I know which one.
I mean, because I want to
Capture.
I want to pick a quote that embraces the
Yeah.
whole feeling of
Captures
this article.
the entire.
So
idiocy.
that's why it has to. I mean, it has to be important, which is going to make it long, right?
Sure.
So oh, no, I can't find it.
I mean, there's a ton of quotes in here that you
There
could pick
are.
and
That's the
choose.
problem. I'm going through and I'm going like, that
That one's good. That one's good. And that one's good. Oh, but what about this one?
Oh, okay. Here it is. I found it. Nostalgia, however, doesn't pay the bills, he said. Does this guy realize what park he owns?
Oh boy. I don't think he does. No.
Because what?
Anyone listening
Who's
with
gonna
headphones,
go to Conneaut Lake?
I advise turning it down a little bit.
Who's going to go to Conneaut Lake if there's no
Yeah.
nostalgia to be had?
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, I can agree with that quote, but with the park you're operating, I think that's a bad sediment to operate under.
I mean, okay, I get it. If you buy like another park, or you go and you go buy Six Flags Great Adventure, that's a valid quote.
I don't think it's.
This
I
guy
agree.
Clearly
I
has
agree.
no idea what he bought.
I agree.
No idea whatsoever.
And this is coming from someone who hasn't gone to Cognac, of course. But I know that's the main draw for Cognac is reliving those memories, reliving those experiences that you had as a child. And there's nothing wrong with making general improvements, which I agree. That's where I'm saying nostalgia doesn't pay the bills. It does make sense in that regard. Of course, you're going to have to add new things, but taking out older things isn't the answer. I don't think I don't think that goes hand in hand with the addition of new rides.
This is how the article started out. The absolute first quote from him is, "I thought it was too dilapidated. I didn't give it the time of day." How about you keep doing that?
Yeah, walk on by.
Leave. Just please leave. I mean, oh my God, this guy, it's still just beyond me how much this park has survived with no money. And then this guy comes along who actually has money, and he is about to kill this park.
Mm-hmm.
And like, there's quotes in here. There are quotes in here saying that, well, it's nobody's fault that the rides were neglected, and except that the rides, like the Tumblebug, there are various people that can confirm that ride was not in any need of any serious rebuild at all. Period.
Yeah.
It's been taken care of, but people that are passionate about the park, like people that care about the park, unlike the owner of the damn park. I don't. I don't understand how this guy, like, he is so blind to.
He's out of it. Yeah.
It's just beyond me. I mean, I'm all for cleaning up certain aspects of the park. There's nothing wrong with that. There are plenty of things that need TLC. I get that.
Yeah.
That's needed. But you can't just like make this look like, some brand new park. It's not supposed to be. If it does, the park loses its value.
Yeah.
I mean, Blue Streak, the reason why Blue Streak was so much fun was because it was abandoned multiple times. I mean, the same is actually true with Leap the Dips.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I
I'm
was
not
put
saying,
in a funny way, but yeah.
I know, but I mean, it is an aspect. It's one of those things that you can't set out to create a ride like that, because these rides, especially wooden coasters, are living and breathing things.
Yeah.
So the experiences that the coasters themselves have actually are part of what makes them good.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, climbing a lift hill that's not exactly straight adds a whole different unique feeling to the ride.
Yeah, it's a
But
different
that's
experience
not
that you get.
Yeah, but that's not to mean that it's unsafe. It's just not the way it was intended. It became something else.
The same can be said for other, not necessarily other parks of this nature, because I think Conneaut's kind of a unique park in that sense, but, other older rides, like Wild One at Six Flags America, for example. That's such a unique example because I think it does I think the lift hill feels a little misshapen as well. Some of the elements feel strangely banked and strangely oriented. And again, I love that ride. I would love to get on Blue Streak, crossing my fingers. But there's certain parts of the rides that might not feel safe or might not feel the most in touch with modern safety standards and in that sense more modernized, but that doesn't necessarily need to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. It can still stand on its own and be functioning fine and perfectly. Which that's what this guy doesn't seem to realize. He seems to be ignorant in that respect.
Here's the other thing: is he also seems to be. It's almost as if he is not willing to utilize the passion that people have for the park. There have been so many volunteers that have dumped their time and money into this park. People have put money in and time, like their own sweat, into the Tumblebug. That was just like, no, we can't fix it.
He's not cherishing.
It's not broke.
The community.
You can't fix it because it's not broke.
He's not cherishing the community that supports the park either. Yes, in the enthusiast community, as well as the people who helped fix the rides and do renovations on the rides, but even just the community around Cognac that supports the park, he doesn't seem to be cherishing either.
Yeah, it's not like it does sound. I will say this though. It does sound like he actually has an inkling of an understanding of how important Blue Streak is.
Yes. Yes.
But the question is whether he cares.
Yeah.
And it's frightening to me that I don't think he does. There is somewhere in this article.
I'm sure you're referring to the Bill Linkheimer quote.
No,
right?
I'm going to get to that one.
Okay. All right. Well, that's where he does state that.
Is it the cost? No, that's not.
No, that's a little bit further up, actually. He says it is he says it's a pricey proposition to keep.
Yes.
And he
So
estimates
he's
that the
saying that
restoration of each train alone would cost upwards of 6 figures, and that is in response to the Bill Linkheimer quote, which is that they're concerned about Blue Streak. So.
Yeah. So now Bill Linkheimer, I love Bill Linkheimer. He's awesome. I've met him because I grew up in Western Pennsylvania, and I still do a lot of events with ACE Western PA, who Bill Linkheimer is a part of.
He's an affiliate, yeah.
I mean, this is like, the one thing that could be said about ACE is they're very, we've actually personally been talking about how ACE, doesn't condemn parks anymore, and, they don't want to,
They're not vocal about issues that we see going on at the parks.
Yeah, they don't step on parks' toes anymore, even where they should, and this is serious enough that, I mean, they just flat out said we're very concerned about Blue Streak. And I mean, and they even said they're also increasingly concerned about the future of Conneaut Lake Park. A lot of people are worried, and I think rightfully so, that this ride is not going to survive.
Yeah, on the chopping block.
But this is the thing. I mean, if you rely on the volunteers who have put time and effort into all of the repairs that kept Blue Streak running as it is, that 6 figures doesn't, that price comes down. And this, I mean, this is a thing that, this is one of the big things. I mean, it's really, really evident here, but I think the corporate mindset just misses out on this. And I think it's kind of what's happening at Kennywood too. There's this mindset of oh, well, we don't want to do our own stuff. We want to outsource to places. Well, in Kennywood's case, Kangaroo, they said, oh, well, it just costs too much to maintain. Well, it didn't. You paid maintenance people that was part of their job, and they took care of it, and they did a good job of taking care of it. So if all of a sudden it's costing you money, then obviously you're getting rid of maintenance, half your maintenance department, or you're not utilizing your maintenance department in the correct ways if that's all of a sudden costing something. And it's kind of the same thing here in a little bit of a different fashion. You've got tons of people who have already put time, money, effort into Blue Streak that, I mean, are you just going to say oh, we don't care? We don't care about them? This is absolutely a travesty that's happening right now. And I really thought this had potential of being good when he took this park over, but oh my God, it could not be further from the truth. I am just beside myself. Anybody who has listened to this show knows that my number one most disappointed moment with parks was the removal of Volcano.
Yeah.
This doesn't even hold a candle to that. Emotionally, Volcano still hurts because that ride was such a huge part of me. And I think it was stupid on so many levels, but at least there was something there was a dumb excuse that you could kind of wiggle and fit into logic that I don't agree with, but at least there was that tiny, tiny, tiny kernel of an explanation of why it went that way.
Yeah.
There's not. This is just pure stupidity and just pure lack of understanding of what's going on. There is no logical reason for these things to be happening the way that they are happening. And it's, I mean, you can't, I think the biggest problem was like, let's forget all that nostalgia for a second.
Yeah.
Let's forget that just for a second. It is extremely important, but just for this argument, let's forget all of that. The only way that you can get this park to be effective and actually make money without having nostalgia is to dump a metric shit ton of money into it, buying rides to make this compete with like Cedar Point.
Yes, yeah.
And you don't have enough land to do that.
Yeah, nor the financial ability, I'm sure.
Right.
You can't even pay, what do you say, 6 figures to replace some trains on a roller coaster.
Exactly. So how are you going to draw people in? Is it going to be with a new B&M coaster? Because, well, guess what? That might be what it takes to get people to come in. You have Blue Streak there. You had rides.
He admitted in this article, Bob, it's the moneymaker. It's the biggest draw here. Why would you have any inclination then as the operator of the park to remove it then? Why would that be at all
right
something you think is the best decision?
Like Tumblebug. Like why would you get rid of Tumblebug? It's one of only 2. And God knows you just have to hang on a few more years because Kennywood's gonna toss theirs in the trash. You know that's coming. So you would have had the last remaining Tumblebug.
There was some marketability there.
How's that
yeah.
not a draw?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's a draw that nobody else could ever replicate. You could never have competition to that advertisement.
Mm-hmm.
We have the only operating Tumblebug. Nobody else could ever say that. But no, we can't repair it. Bull.
Yeah.
Complete bull.
Mm-hmm. There's a shred, I guess, of positive to take away from this because one of the board of trustees, one of the members of the board of trustees who oversaw the operation of this park, said to give Joseph a chance. He said, you have to be realistic. Most of the people who are upset about this are people that wouldn't go if you gave them a free ticket. That's from Joan.
Well, guess what? I'm telling. I was completely like. I literally almost sent Conneaut Lake the money for a season pass for 2020 that didn't exist because I care about the park that much.
Yeah.
No, I'm not like there's no reason for me to go there. What am I supporting? Why? I mean, you buy tickets for Conneaut Lake because you want to support them.
Mm-hmm.
Like Cedar Fair, like it's out of necessity. They're like the corporate greed. You just have to feed them to, get into the park. When you go to parks like Conneaut Lake, you want to support them. And what am I supporting?
Yeah,
you got rid of stuff.
The demolition?
It's, I mean, there's no
Here's
reason
money,
for me to
demolish
go
my
this
favorite
year.
ride. Here's demolition, remove such a historical ride. Yeah. And then another board of trustee member, I think it was one of the executive directors of a company that operated it in 2015, since 2015, and then obviously released ownership of it for Joseph to purchase, said that it's a success story for us that we don't run amusement parks for a living, that they kept Conneaut intact. And he said it's a different model from the traditional model that some may have hoped he would have gone down, but we need him to be successful, and we are all rooting for him big time.
I mean, and like I understand that point of view. No, they're not. They're not supposed. They are not the people to run amusement parks. They did a damn good job of it, though.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like I understand. I don't fault them for anything. Like it was time. It needs to go to private hands, and I get that, and I understand it, and I also understand we want them to succeed, but I
don't know if he's succeeding, right? I don't know. I can't root for somebody who's going backwards from.
I've not talked to anybody that is like, oh, well, Conneaut might. I mean, like
Maybe Todd Joseph. I'm just
go
kidding.
back a few months and listen to shows when this was first happening, before the auction took place. Look at my Twitter. I was probably one of the most optimistic people
Yeah.
about Conneaut Lake Park.
Enthusiastic, yeah. You were very
I
happy.
was giving this guy a chance. I defended him. And I mean, that's over. We gave him a chance. He's shown us that he doesn't really deserve it. I mean, it just just be honest about stuff. Even that alone would make things better. Just say, hey, look, like, we screwed up the Tumblebug. That's why it's broke. I don't know. Like, there's, as I said, there's multiple people that can say, like, people rode the Tumblebug in 2019 and it was working fine. So explain to me how it's beyond repair all of a sudden. I mean, what happened to it? What did they do to it?
How did it deteriorate
say,
so
like-
much within a span of a year?
Right. They were just like, we don't want to operate this, so they just like took a sledgehammer to it or something. Like, oh, yep, see, it's unrepairable because we screwed it up. But you know what?
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. This guy's not even an idiot with amusement parks.
Nope.
Apparently, he's
Yep.
an idiot with the beach.
Exactly. And this is a bit what I was referencing when I said he doesn't really cherish the community around him. Completely ridiculous move from him now. So there's correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't been here, so I don't really have a visual in my mind, but there's obviously a lake called Conneaut Lake next to the park.
Yes,
And there's
indeed there
beach
is.
access for people that have cottages along the beach. Is that correct?
Yes.
And now,
there's a beach club back there and some stuff. It's kind of behind the amusement park area.
all right.
But I mean, it's definitely walking. I mean, it's less of a walk than like half of the walk from the park to the parking lot at Cedar Point. I mean,
Okay.
it's very, very close.
So this past week, I think this came out that Conneaut Lake now will be charging $10 if they want to spend a day at the shore, at the beach, at the lake. So Conneaut Lake is now charging $10 for access to this beach. And
Yeah.
I can't.
So,
how do you show I'm greedy more than that? I mean,
but here's it goes even a step further. Erie News Now, which is the source of this article, they obtained the deed to Conneaut Lake Park.
Yes, they did.
And it says, in part, quote, for the use of the general public forever, for public access to and use of Conneaut Lake and the lake shore, for swimming and boating and the like forever. And further, for other like and similar and related public purposes, all forever. I mean, that quote, like, how many times did I say forever? Like, did forever just expire?
Yeah.
Because this this guy also even said he didn't object to the public use exemption that the property had.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't, I'm not a lawyer. I can't say for sure whether this is legal, not legal, whatever.
Yeah, we
but
can't make
this
that
is
kind of claim.
certainly not in the spirit
It's not
of
moral.
what was presented.
It's not moral. Let's be honest. I mean, that's
I guarantee you, this is why people bought their houses there.
exactly.
Like, this is part of the community.
It's not moral. It's not ethical. It's yeah. It's a bad look for a business. I mean, we always this is just basic. I feel like business 101, marketing 101, or whatever class you're taking in high school or middle school. You always want to have good public relation with your community, with everyone, not just your community, but also ticket holders, shareholders, whatever, stakeholders. And this is a great way to cross out the community factor right there. I mean, it's just terrible. It's a terrible way to treat your community.
It is. And there's actually one more story that I just remembered, and I'm going to actually find the link right now. But
Drum roll, please. Brrr.
Okay, it's just a screenshot that I got, but apparently on usedrides.com, the train from Conneaut Lake is now listed for sale.
Is it?
Yeah. So apparently there is also that happening
Yeah.
because and how do you say that? Like, oh, it's not repairable. That's why we're selling it as a used ride.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah, they're just not being honest and upfront, and it just feels very shady. It feels like we handed this park off to someone who's dishonest and kind of questionable. And that's unfortunate because I remember you, and I, rightfully so. You were excited about this purchase, and you were very optimistic, as you stated, enthusiastic, and he just doesn't seem to be upfront
let's think
with
about
all
it. This park survived
anyone.
with no money.
Yeah,
I mean, if somebody comes along with money and wants to save it, holy crap.
awesome.
That's great, right? No. How I'm just beside myself. Like, how does this park survive with literally no money?
Not when he's
negative
a
money.
crook.
They were severely in debt. They had no money to spend at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then this guy comes along and says, "Hey, I have money. Let's fix
Let's
this up."
do this
and he's
thing.
gonna kill it.
Yeah.
He's gonna kill it.
Yep. He's being shady and unethical. And I just can't comprehend his course of action here. It just seems like he wants to set himself up for failure. I mean, we already hit the point, I think, a few months ago when this is when you had your major meltdown with Conneaut. They were going to charge an insane amount for access to the volleyball courts. Now, access to the beach. I mean, I can understand, like, the moves with the tumble bug and all that, those are all business decisions that you're having to make from a financial aspect. Yes, it's a bad one. It's definitely bad, and there's nostalgia at play that needs to be preserved. But this on a whole other level, it's just outright, it's outright awful and unrespectable. I mean, to treat your community like that is just terrible. That to me is just completely setting yourself up for failure. And like almost asking to be put out of business.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to hope. I mean, hopefully this guy realizes that Blue Streak can't be changed and can't go away.
Yeah.
I mean, and you
Todd,
know what? I love
if you're listening,
trains.
Please.
What's that?
I said, Todd, if you're listening,
Yeah.
please.
But like I was gonna say, I love PTC trains, but PTC trains don't belong on this ride. The trains that it has,
Are the Blue Streak trains, right? They are the Blue Streak trains. They make it what it is.
There's actually been two.
Well, yes, but
in the history, but
as of its operation,
I mean, if you
right
get
now,
if you go and get new trains, they're gonna have at the very least buzz bars. And I don't think. I mean, I would. I guess I would say that I would probably tolerate buzz bars with no seatbelts. I could probably do that.
all right, Todd.
But really seriously,
man,
let's.
I need to get on this thing, so
yeah, and you need to get on it the way it's intended to be.
The same way you've been running it, so I can really evaluate it and we can come to a conclusion. Because I mean, the way you talk about it, I'm quite excited to get on it. So, yeah, Todd, please don't screw it up too bad.
Yeah, so I mean, I'd be ecstatic if they brought back the Vettel trains. I don't care if they have the Vettel trains or the NAD trains. Either of those. But yeah, actually, let me read this little note on RCDB The Blue Streak opened with 2 Edward Vettel trains. In the mid-1960s, the Vettel trains were replaced with 2 National Amusement Device Century Flyer trains. One of the NAD trains was lost in the Beach Club fire. On August 21st, 2002, the NAD train was replaced with one of the original Vettel trains after it was restored. Since the Blue Streak's reopening in 2010, it once again uses the NAD train. In 2016 or 2017, one of the Blue Streak's cars was removed, making a 3-car train. So, I mean, I'd probably love to see it go back to the Vettel trains.
But you never rode it with the Vettel trains, did you?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, so if they were removed, well,
They came back, it said a little
no,
bit.
yeah, when it reopened in 2010, it had the NAD. So yeah, I had the NAD.
Okay.
But if one of those trains was restored in 2002, I mean, clearly it can be restored. And clearly it didn't cost 6 figures because the park did not have that money in 2002.
Yeah, and it shows that somebody is still capable of reproducing those trains, at least in 2002. So I don't see why this is such a conundrum for the park. It seems, when it really shouldn't be. Honestly, I think
Yeah.
we're dealing with somewhat of a pathological liar, and he's just like making it sound like possibly this is going to be this extensive, large-scale project to justify
problem
when
is-
he removes
no,
it, possibly.
This is what I think the problem is.
I mean,
I think he views this park as blight. It's not, but I think that's what he views it as. Because it seems like he just has this like, if this comes across sounding classist, that is not at all what I'm going for. But it just seems like he's like looking at, like, he wants to see things in like that upper class level of like, I don't know. I hope you get what I'm trying to say without like, I'm really not trying to be classist
like
in any
more
way, shape, or form.
more
or
like
like-
eloquent, more like, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, like it's and I think the problem. I think that's the problem. I think that's the root of all this problem. I think that's why Tumblebug was not allowed to survive, because in his mind, that looks junky. If I can use that word. And I think that's what when he looks at Blue Streak, I think that's what he sees. And he is having a hard time because he knows, like, that's the one ride that he knows for a fact everybody else doesn't see it as junky. Or at least the people that would come to the park don't see it as junky. And I think that's where he's stuck. He's like, well, what, I mean, how do I make it look pretty and eloquent, but yet still keep it true to its nature? And I think that's the root of all of the problems here. I think and all the associated like charging for the volleyball court, or the volleyball tournament, like raising the prices for that, charging for access to the beach. I think that's him starting to panic, going, oh crap, nobody is going to come to my park that I envision, because
He wants it
I
to be
think
more like of an affluent park, and I don't know if that's the market. And even if it was, it's obviously been attracting guests for generations without having to do that. So, and then I think, again, to justify his decisions, he I don't know if he's lying, but he's making up, I think, figures and things that aren't necessarily true. Like as you stated, this ride was restored with those trains that currently operate on it now. With the park in a situation they're nowhere near now in terms of the financial capabilities. So where's the 6 figures coming from? Where does he just pull that out of anywhere? Has he actually done some research and that's actually what he's found? I don't know, but it seems like he might have these stories or maybe they are even well researched, but just he kind of finds something and he's like, oh, that sounds good. 6 figure, let's go with that. I don't know. It's strange to me. It's odd.
I mean, here's the thing. I think that if you send that train to an outside company and say, hey, restore this, I think, 6 figures is probably what it's going to cost you.
Sure.
But that's not your only option.
Exactly.
And I think
that's what he's doing. I think he's researching it and finding an option that is that expensive, so therefore he can go, oh, I'm jumping on that. That's what we're going to say. That's the issue. Like let's find the most expensive route we can take and then use that as justification for the removal of the ride.
Right. And I will say this too. Like, I don't know. I can't say that I know the story of how that Vettel train got restored. Maybe there was a grant. Maybe it was maybe Ace Preservation Fund donated. I don't know. I mean, maybe they did have money. The park didn't have money, but maybe
they found it.
Else
and,
paid
exactly.
For it.
Somebody else got it.
But at the same time, if you're serious about this park, you should be actually contacting these if that's what happened, you should be contacting organizations.
I mean, you have the knowledge, right? You know what happened in 2002 as the park. They know what happened. I'm sure he could go on the records and find what happened. So
you should
go, hey, how did we restore this in 2002 when our park was in financial strife and we definitely couldn't have afforded to do this? Somehow we figured it out. How do we do that now? I mean, that's not that difficult.
To people.
Yeah, exactly.
Call Pepsi again. Tell Pepsi to write him a check.
I mean,
it happened before.
So I think he goes online and researches some things possibly, or obviously I don't know if that's exactly what he does, but he finds these companies, he contacts these people, and he finds the most outrageous route to take, and he goes, well, if I need to remove the ride, that's what we're going to go with. That's what we're going to say.
Now, how much is it going to cost him to remove the ride, too?
I know, because demolition, people always think demolition's free. It's not. Demolition is costly.
Definitely not.
So
Todd, I want to tell you something. I am okay with you calling it Pepsi Blue Streak.
Pepsi sponsored Blue Streak.
Don't wrap the trains in Pepsi. But if you want to change the name to Pepsi Blue Streak because you can get some money to restore this ride properly,
by all means,
I'm okay with that.
By all means, yeah.
I mean, seriously.
I mean, you can put the Pepsi logo.
I'd rather have some kind of
big.
Put it on the put it on the station or
put
something.
Put a big billboard up top. I don't care. Just
hey, if this comes down to corporate sponsorship or losing the ride, I'm going with corporate sponsorship.
Oh yeah.
As long as the ride remains the way it's supposed to be.
Sure. Yep. And I think that's a fair assessment of the ongoing dilemma at Cognac Lake. I think we've hit it on the head. I think we hit that nail on the head. Are you ready to move on? Did you get your rant out?
Yeah, my head hurts, so let's move on.
Got some Pedialyte though, right?
I do have my Pedialyte.
The Sour Patch Kid is returning to its natural state of blue. But it might be getting back there later. We'll see. I know there's one thing.
Yeah. Well, you that power is in your hands.
Bob, we both know what's gonna happen. So why are we pretending like like we're not gonna argue? But let's move on to this to the next news story here. Before we get into that, the Sega video game company, they're a video game developer, Japanese video game developer, has reportedly sparked interest in opening a theme park. I believe it's in the UK. Is that correct? I believe that's where they were looking at possibly in opening it.
Sega.
What?
That's all I'm saying. The rest of it. Sega.
Okay. I'm on my own here. Bob's just gonna scream like a crazy person. If you don't know, they're the responsible for the production of Sonic. For Sega, yes, they did produce Sega. Sega produced Sega. They produced Sonic the Hedgehog, Tetris, and
No. Well,
yeah, they were involved in Tetris.
That's a loaded story.
Okay,
That's for a whole different podcast.
okay. They have the Tetris IP right now. I believe they own that. So
No, Nintendo has rights to it.
do they?
Sega might also. I don't know.
Let me-
Nintendo. Yeah, Tetris was on the NES.
Okay, I thought they
There's
had Tetris.
actually Netflix did a really good documentary about this whole Sega and Nintendo thing, and I can't remember the name of it, which is perfect because I'm on a podcast and I should tell our listeners what it is, and I can't. I'll figure that out.
If you really care that much, I'm sure they can do their own research and they'll find it. If they really, really do. I don't know. So, Sega's 1988 arcade version of Tetris was the version that took Japanese arcades by storm, becoming one of the most commonly known versions of the game. I'd always thought...
Japanese.
Yeah.
So Tetris was actually produced in Russia.
Uh-huh. All right, well, come on. Let's not do the whole history of...
That's what I'm saying. This is for a whole different podcast.
I thought they had the IP to Tetris. They might not, but so don't hold me to that then. They definitely have Sonic. What else do they have then? I don't remember everything Sega has because I don't involve myself in many of their games.
They were most famous. So
I mean, Sonic
the
is definitely
thing
the
with-
biggest thing.
the thing with Sega was they Sonic was their original IP, but that's not what they started with. What Sega did was they basically took what Nintendo was doing and they geared things more towards... They were the more rebellious of the video game market. So they basically targeted the teenagers while Nintendo targeted younger kids and families. And one of the biggest things that happened with Sega was when Mortal Kombat came to the home video game market, Nintendo really toned it down.
Mm-hmm.
And Sega was like, nope, it's all blood and guts, and that's what we're going to give everybody. And that's how Sega really... Sega, if it wasn't for the Japanese parent company, Sega of America was about to completely kick Nintendo's butt. But they made a lot of dumb moves that ended up killing themselves. Now, though, effectively, it's Sonic. That's really what this boils down to. And I actually think that's what's sparking this. Is Sega's like, oh well, our Sonic the Hedgehog movie was kind of successful, so maybe we should,
capitalize on
Sega
this.
wants what Nintendo what Nintendo did.
Yeah.
And for those that aren't old like me, that was actually Sega's marketing campaign for a while. Was Sega does what Nintendo don't, which was very clever.
It is.
I really like that.
Yeah.
And the
You can
screaming.
tell they're direct
Sega!
competitors.
Sega.
So yeah, they're thinking of opening a park, and essentially it'll be themed to Sonic. I thought maybe they'd throw in a Tetris, but apparently maybe they don't have that. And yeah, that's pretty much the summary of the story. I don't think there's much detail into what we know about this park, really. Is there? Am I wrong?
Yeah, I don't think there's much.
much.
I think this literally is Sega's like, oh, Nintendo's kicking our butt in the amusement park industry, which we don't even compete in. So maybe we should compete. What I don't know. It's kind of funny that I don't even know what Sega's current state is. I know Atari is not actually Atari.
Mm-hmm.
It's a completely different company that owns the name Atari. Nintendo is actually Nintendo,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I don't know where Sega stands. I don't know if Sega is the original Sega or if it's like an IP thing. It might still be the. I don't know what its current state is.
I don't know either, Bob. But that's the synopsis for this story, right? That's the extent.
Yeah, I'm trying. I have been trying to do some
research.
On this the video game documentary. I'm pretty sure it was High Score. It's a Netflix docuseries.
Okay.
And it covers a lot of the earlier video games, but I think this is the one that covered. Yeah, it looks like, just looking at the episode lineup, it looks like it's the one that really covered this well. The whole Nintendo and Sega story is actually very, very interesting, and even if you're not a fan of video games, I highly recommend it, because it's amazing what went on with these two companies, and like Nintendo's history, like way back to where they went before they were even video games. They just were playing cards, and they made like toys and stuff. It's just very, very interesting documentary. Yeah, so it's
not just for the avid fans of the video games.
Yeah,
the casual
it's
viewer
just
can
very
enjoy.
Interesting.
All right.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's very, very interesting.
All right. Well, again, that's the synopsis for this article here. If you want, there's the link to it in the show notes. There's not really much into it, but again, it'll probably be mainly a Sonic theme park that we see from the company. Very funny story out of America, Six Flags America. I know that we say that quite a bit because Six Flags always has funny stories, but this one might top the
It's funny now.
top the charts.
I know some people that didn't think it was funny at the time.
Yeah, the riders of this attraction probably didn't find it very funny, to be honest. So Six Flags America has a brand new attraction, Harley Quinn Spinsanity. It's the Zamperla Giant Discovery. Just opened a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago.
Yeah, it wasn't very long ago.
It was very shortly ago that it opened. And apparently one of the safety sensors on the ride stopped the ride mid-cycle, and I guess a drive or something was continuing to operate the ride, and one of the supports completely was shaken about because of this issue.
So it looked like, basically what it looked like was going on, and nobody's officially confirmed this.
No.
But I did see Art of Engineering actually chimed in on Twitter with some input into it. But it did look like the holding brake engaged.
Yes.
But while the holding brake was engaged, the drive motor kept trying to start.
Yes.
And I'm not sure like what allowed this condition to transpire, whether it was programming or an e-stop issue. I don't know. But what was happening is the drive motor was actually engaging at a frequency that caused a resonance into the structure, and literally the leg started shaking like jelly. It was the video.
It's one leg in particular, but pretty much the whole structure was shaking.
It
had some torque.
But yeah, if you are the type of person that doesn't usually like click links in our show notes, I highly recommend you click this one and watch the video that was taken of this transpiring. Not only for the, oh my God, that's insane, but just
Comedic
watching
purposes.
the people in line saying, oh crap, I'm out of here. Like, I don't want to be
peace
anywhere
out.
near
I will not be
They-
riding this ride. Yep, they're just like, and then the riders on the ride are just like,
Coming down
what
on
the
me.
hell? It's like they're in a massage chair. They're like, what the hell is happening? It
bouncing
was
up
pretty
and down.
funny, yeah. It was pretty great.
It's funny now that we know nobody was hurt, and you
Yeah.
know, but oh my God.
And I mean, this is structures like this are supposed to have this kind of resistance. So I don't necessarily think anything awful could have happened. But yeah, it is great to know afterwards that nothing serious happened in terms of injuries or motion sickness. Even, I mean, I'm sure jumping around like that looked. I mean, they were moving at a really fast pace. You can see there's like it literally looks like a massage chair on steroids. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if some
Definitely
people's
look at it.
brains were jumbled after that. But
Oh man.
but yeah, yep. So
Pretty insane.
that was definitely not the ride to happiness, right?
No.
But there is one opening at Plopsaland. This is a mock multi-launch spinning roller coaster, similar to Time Traveler.
You might say this is the return of the Mac.
Yeah, you might, because it's been.
If
some
you're
time.
not a '90s kid, you're not gonna get it. Sorry.
Okay, is that you're talking about the Big Mac, right?
Oh my God.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to make
James just
Bob. I'm trying.
completely made me feel old.
I'm trying, Bob. I'm trying. I'm trying. I wasn't alive for the
No,
advertising campaigns of the
there-
90s.
This is not an advertising campaign.
The memes,
It is-
whatever it is.
No, it's a song. It was a song by Mark Morrison, "Return of the Mac."
It was a song?
It was a song in 1996.
I'm sad I don't know it then. I might if I listen to it, but all right, I don't recall. I swear I thought you were talking about the Big Mac. I would have bet my money that's what you were talking about. But let's get back to the
No.
story at hand here before I look like too much of a freak.
And I look like too much of an old guy.
Plopsaland in Belgium is opening their new mock multi-launch. And it's not just opening, it's actually going to have a soft opening. So anyone that wants to probably bypass some of the immense amount of line it'll have as a new ride, I think it's opening June 22nd as the actual ride to the guests. If you want to ride it before that, the 1st of July through the 21st of July, you will be able to ride it technically before it opens. It's a soft opening. So, yeah. It looks awesome. It reminds me a lot of Time Traveler. It has a lot of the same design in terms of like the graphic design they have on the trains. The logo looks very similar to Time Traveler. It has like the gears, almost like of a clock, kind of like Time Traveler has. But it's themed to Tomorrowland. So,
Is it built in the mountains?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't.
So Silver Dollar City still has that.
Yeah, they still have that edge.
And sharks.
And the Sharks. But yeah, that's the news for this week. We have one more story to report on. It's kind of a brief update from our friends over at Fun Spot America. I don't know why I said friends. I don't really know them at all. But the way this general manager talks with us,
Oh,
it kind of feels like we're friends, right? I mean, he's very.
Our friends over at Intamin and Universal.
Oh,
We
yeah,
have friends there, right?
yeah, we got friends there.
everywhere. We
Uh,
can pretend, right?
We can make it happen. No, I'm just probably not. No, but the way this general manager speaks to us all, it kind of seems like we're friends. I mean, he's very kind and he does these really long videos with us. I mean, this is totally not necessary for a roller coaster opening. He released to us now in the update number 3 from FunSpot Atlanta that the color scheme of the attraction will be red, white, and blue. So that's exciting, right? We now know the color scheme of the ride. We still know little about the ride. I think the layout got leaked and people are thinking it might be a larger RMC actually as opposed to what we were thinking before, the family coaster RMC. I don't necessarily think that a larger layout means it's not a family,
I mean,
but I'm still...
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you can have a large coaster and still be a family.
Correct.
Look at
I agree.
Orion.
I agree.
Orion's clearly a large.
Look at Nitro. Yeah, I agree. No. But look at some real examples. I mean, there are definitely some long family coasters, and I don't think that this layout being leaked and showing us that it might be larger in terms of length than we imagined necessarily confirms anything. Now, would I like it to be a larger RMC? Sure. You know, sure, but I don't know if that's what we're looking at still. I don't know. We'll see though.
I mean, I'd like it to be a larger Intamin.
We don't always get what we want, right? That's a Rolling Stones song for you. How about that? I'll prove my. I'll prove my.
Thanks for that, James. I appreciate you.
No, but I'll prove that I'm in touch with some aspects of the older culture. For some reasons, the '90s to me are just not something I don't get often. I like alternative rock from the '90s, but other than that, pop completely zone out. I don't know what Return of the Mac is. I don't think. But yeah,
a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. I know that one. Do I get a point for that? Do I get a gold star? Yeah. But again, these updates from Funspot America.
You get a plastic Corvette for that one.
Oh God. I get a Barbie. But yeah, these updates from Funspot America have been great. The operator and general manager of the parks is really forthcoming, and again, it really does seem like he's a friend. I've never seen a park do quite a marketing campaign like this. I mean, he's releasing pretty major factors with us. He's going through the ride with us. So yeah, stay tuned to their.
Dino at Wonder World.
Dino
Park.
was good. Yeah, it's definitely the smaller parks, obviously, and that's always the case. We've talked about that on the show before. For the smaller parks, are always good at communication and being kind and courteous to their guests and even the enthusiasts. So if you want to stay in touch with Funspot America and their Atlanta RMC, follow them on their Facebook and Twitter, because that's where they're releasing a lot of this information. And that does it for the weekly news. But trust us when we say the second half is not going to disappoint. We have quite a second half. We have quite a first half, but we have quite a second half at foot. Talking about trips we went on, the Florida trip for me and the New Jersey trip for Bob. Talking about a weekly poll that's been hyped up for quite some time. I think it's been a couple weeks that we've been talking about having this debate, and it's coming up. And then we have something to announce, something that's an annual tradition here at the show. All that's coming up in the second half. All right.
Yeah. What are we on? 125?
26. 26. I forgot to edit it up here, so it's 126. But it's up here at the top or left. It was doing the stanky leg. That's pretty great.
Return of the Mac.
I can't believe I straight up thought that was the Big Mac.
Big Mac.
I mean, they've done that before. They've done like the Big Mac's back or whatever before. So, I mean, let's see.
That actually made that whole segment right there.
Yeah. Return of the Mac. They even did a McDonald's campaign with it. So I'm right. I'm right. This is a McDonald's ad that they had in the 90s with the song.
Actually, now that you mention it, I do remember that.
I knew it. That's where I knew it from, and I know the song too. Damn it! Second half. That's how I'm starting off.
Oh my God!
I did know that because that's how I knew it. Return of the Mac, and then I remember the burgers like coming into frame, and I'm like, "Yep, I'm not totally an idiot.
Just partially.
Just fractionally." That was a random comment, Alex, but thank you. I appreciate it.
I actually got sunburned. we're doing the pinning thing, huh?
Yeah. Just a random comment. It deserves to be pinned. I'm sorry, Mike, if you're still there. I'm sad we haven't seen Marcus join in.
That's true. So this ad was placed on... I'm confused.
I feel like you get TikTok songs like months after they're popular. It's funny. you guys want to run away, you know, the galaxy, I can take you for a ride. I had a premonition. Dua Lipa. That song was like huge on TikTok like 2 months ago. 3 months ago,
Love that
maybe.
song.
You like that song?
That's like my favorite song right now.
Ugh. I despise that song. We have such funny
Does
chemistry.
anybody have a login to usedrides.com?
Of course. Let me get that for you.
Why don't... Man.
Exactly. That was the part that was mainly a phenomenon on Twitter. Was you want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo. I'm levitating. Yeah. I thought I had that song gone. I was like, that's in the past. It's been 4 months since then. I swear I went through a phase where I heard it so much on TikTok that I had memorized the song.
Oh, I don't want to fill out that field. Stupid brat.
I want you
I
all
want to give you
night.
my phone
You're
number.
my starlight. I want you.
Why do you...
all night.
Why literally the form says phone number is optional, and then when you try to click sign up, it says this field is required. Jerks. Now my password's too short. Ugh.
Glitter in eyes, glitter in eyes.
It's stuck in your head. Oh, I don't want to. Oh my god. This site's on my nerves. Why do people not ever get what... Can you hear me?
Yeah? Can you hear me?
What the heck?
Oh boy.
I opened my email client and like when I open up Thunderbird, I have so many emails and email addresses in Thunderbird that like when I open it up it takes forever to process everything. So it like kind of it turns gray. Like that window turns gray, which means that it's like it's kind of like not responding except it's actually doing something. But for some reason it opened on the monitor that Discord and the YouTube chat window's on, and the entire monitor is gray.
Oh boy. Is it still gray?
No, it just recovered, I think. Yeah, it's good now. I mean, now that Thunderbird is done doing its thing. But I've never actually seen that happen. It's weird. I have to activate my account. I don't... Oh my god. This listing on usedrides.com for Conneaut Lake seems fishy. Like something seems weird about it. They the first photo is like pictures of Conneaut Lake, like a Conneaut Lake hat and shirt, which is kind of now like it's kind of making me think that maybe somebody else posted it.
Sorry, I'm talking to somebody on email right now. What were you saying? Somebody just emailed me about something important, so I was like... sorry, you were saying something about... something... You were worried?
Yeah, this listing for this train, this CLP train,
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. It's like The first photo is a picture of a Conneaut Lake hat and shirt.
We'll throw that in there for the price of one.
But like that's the thing. Like why would you put that in there? Like I'm kind of like I'm wondering if somebody else put it there. Like okay, so I created an account and I logged in, and the email address is tjosephproperties@hotmail.com. It seems like
That's not really professional.
if that dude really uses Hotmail.
That's not really professional at all. You think it'd be like at ConneacLakePark.com or like something more official.
Yeah. Is T. Joseph Properties even a thing? Huh.
What's up?
This is just really weird. When we come back, I might say something that. So there is a Todd Joseph Properties based in Philadelphia. The rent is cheap because he is going to sell your apartment to investors after a year or two. Oh my god.
What? Are you reading what? Want you? Yeah, I saw like a review on Google. On Google, I think that was kind of similar. This not to this extent actually. The one on Google says this guy is a scam artist. He tried to say I didn't pay for rent or give a deposit. Luckily for that we had proof, and he received it. He then also charged us for damages that were already there when we moved in. $900 for a cabinet door that was already broken. And like, it's not just there's two people that gave him a 1-star review on Google.
That review though, and on that link that I sent you.
Yeah, the rent is cheap because it's going to sell your apartment. That one? That's the only review there.
Like that's concerning.
Yeah, the construction is horrible and they only care about issues that affect the appearance of the investors.
Oh, what's this now? Oh, okay. That's old. Huh. 112 minutes to go. When we come back, I do want to mention a couple of this real quick. I don't really want to really get into it, but I want to just mention that, like,
And I'm gonna mention the Big Mac thing, so we'll have.
okay.
I'll mention that after though, so we have a comedic relief kind of. You ready?
Yeah. I want to add. Can we do a?
I'm going to California in like August. That's the only trip I have planned.
At this point, I don't have any planned.
Yeah. I thought you were like,
Oh.
why'd you say that?
No, I'm going to the Outer Banks, which has nothing to do with roller coasters.
God have mercy on your soul. I don't.
That's
Like
actually a decent trip, but I wish they had. I do wish they had a boardwalk.
I don't like the Outer Banks.
You don't? Why? Have you ever been there?
I have. Not a fan of that beach. Any of their beaches.
You got a public beach though.
Once I was my cousin. They have a house down there. And once I had a private, but other than that, yeah, I went to public. But I just don't like that beach. I don't like that area. It feels too congested. Same thing with Virginia Beach. I mean, I don't dislike Virginia Beach as much, but getting down to Virginia Beach is just one of the worst things I'll ever do in my life. Once I'm down there, I don't mind it as much.
This is how we do it.
Nah, I was singing a song from the 60s that you wouldn't know because I'm too great for you.
All right. Let's continue.
Boom, 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 boom.
Why is my
I don't know. Why is it?
laptop fan is like running like crazy? Oh, that's still running in the background? Oh my god.
What?
I was trying to combine two video files. It's been running in the background for like since before you got on Discord.
That would make sense.
I better quit that. Darn it. Oh well. And look, Discord's using an entire core of my CPU. I like that when I opened it up today, it was like, oh, we now use less CPU. There it is, using an entire 100% of a core. And 25% of another core. That's less CPU.
Guzzle that down, Bob.
I am. All right. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
as soon as I find.
Well, we're waiting. I'm just kidding.
I lost Audacity.
Do you know what movie that's
There.
from?
It's a Jim Carrey movie, right?
No, it's not.
No.
I think I have it, Bob.
What's it from?
It's from Caddyshack.
Ah. All right.
Nah, I don't get to revel in the moment.
3, 2.
And we are back. Time for the second half of the show, or the second part of the show. I don't know, this might be more evenly split this time around. We got through some good amount of news there. But we do have quite a bit to talk about in the second half, so we'll see. Second part, second half, whatever. You have a bit to discuss a little bit before we get into the main substance.
I did want to mention, I'm going to try to keep my blood pressure low and not get into this again. But something
Please.
started bugging me. I mentioned while we were doing the Conneaut Lake story that there is a listing for a train on usedrides.com. I started having a weird feeling about this. I actually found the listing, and the link for it is in our show notes. You can go and make your own decision. But the first picture of this listing is of a t-shirt and a hat from
Yeah.
Conneaut Lake Park,
Yeah,
which seems odd.
it does.
Why would you? Just why? It seems almost like somebody is kind of forcing the issue of this this being a listing, when actually now I'm starting to question whether this is actually a legitimate listing.
Yeah. Whether
so
it's
I set up an account,
actual or an authenticate.
yeah. I set up a usedrides.com account so that I could log in and look at more information on the ad. It says classic train with carts, good shape, needs updated. It's listed for $89,000. Contact info says Todd Joseph. It gives a phone number with a 610 area code.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should have looked this up before, but let's see. It is
Mississippi.
610 area code actually is in Pennsylvania.
Is it?
Yeah. So
Are you sure?
yeah, it's Allentown area.
The one I'm seeing is from Mississippi, but that's the area code.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
610 area code. According to Wirefly,
The one I'm seeing is Mississippi. That's what I looked up 601 area code and straight up Mississippi came up, but
okay, so even
Maybe.
the area code is questionable. Anyway, it also the email is a hotmail.com address, which I'm not sure that this is legit. This
Bob.
may be a troll.
is it?
What?
As you said, it's 601, right?
610.
Never mind. That's why.
Okay, well we figured out that issue.
I could have sworn you said 601, but all right.
I'm sorry. It's 610.
Okay.
Anyway, I got a bad feeling, but then I saw like, oh, it references T. Joseph. So I did a search for Todd Joseph properties, and came up with a listing on Yelp, and it's kind of ironic. Again,
Yeah.
I don't know for sure that this is linked, but
It's alarming, right? It's an alarming
pretty
review.
interesting because it's obviously from somebody who rents an apartment on one of their properties, and it says the rent is cheap because he is going to sell your apartment to investors after a year or two. The construction is horrible and they only care about issues that affect the appearance to investors.
Sounds
Those
familiar
two
a
things are
little bit.
literally. Well, I mean, the second thing is literally what I've been saying that I'm kind of concerned about is that it has to look good. It's slightly different reasoning, but that's pretty damning. And this review was left in 2011, so this was done well before Conneaut
Yeah.
Lake was ever on. So
On his map.
I mean,
Mhm.
again, I can't confirm. The link to this review is also going to be on our show notes. You can make your own decision. It's just some food for thought.
Yeah.
Um,
And speaking
but
of
again,
food, Bob,
you-
speaking of food,
Yeah.
I was kind of right. I want to revisit this a bit.
Well.
As soon as we finished the second half of the show, I went to look up because I could have sworn it was that Return of the Mac had something to do with Big Mac, and it turns out that was true. I do remember seeing this commercial where it was, the Big Macs are in frame and that song's playing, and that did actually happen. So that was right. When I said Big Mac, that's where it registered in my mind because that's what I thought of when I heard that song last. So.
The interesting thing, though, is as soon as you mentioned that song was used in a Big Mac commercial, then suddenly I remember. Like, I actually do remember that commercial now. But the fact still remains, it was a song first.
Okay, but I wasn't wrong. Neither of us were wrong, but I definitely wasn't.
Neither of us were wrong. You still
I looked
are
like a
making-
complete idiot there for a little bit, but now
you're
I've
still
redeemed
making
myself.
trouble.
Yeah. All right. Well, we took some trips. Let's get to that.
We did.
I went
The
way
weird
down
thing is,
south.
you went to ride the new Intamin, and I went to ride the new RMC.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
Because it should have been the other way around, I would think.
Yeah, quite the odd predicament we find ourselves in. And strangely enough, I loved the Intamin, and you didn't really care for the I mean, you liked the RMC a lot, but it
Oh
wasn't.
no, I love the RMC. I really did love it.
But you were disappointed to a degree with it, right?
Well, yeah. I just don't think that. I don't know. It was another one of those things where it was hyped up. It just seemed like, oh, it's a single rail. Like, single rails are just so amazing, and like it's unlike anything ever before. And no, it was damn good. It was a damn good ride. Lots and lots of fun, especially the back row. The back row was incredible.
That's where to go.
It doesn't beat Twisted Timbers though. Doesn't beat Twisted Timbers. Twisted Timbers is still my favorite RMC.
So it leaves a bit to be desired from that aspect. You kind of hoped maybe it would be your favorite.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I don't know. I feel like I was expecting more. Like, I guess I kind of like the way people made single rail out, and I'm not saying specifically Jersey Devil, just RMC single rail, in general. I was really kind of expecting almost like, maybe not quite, but closer to like Sky Rush level airtime, and it was nowhere near that.
Yeah, I would advise getting on the more compact ones like Wonder Woman then, because Wonder Woman definitely had. I don't know if I'd say it's on par with Sky Rush, but it's not far from the tree there with the level of airtime you get on that ride. I haven't been on Jersey Devil. Can't speak to that. I don't know, but I know Wonder Woman definitely had some great moments.
This was my first single rail, so yeah. Like I said, I hate this because I try to I'm telling people where they're like, oh, Bob hated Jersey Devil. No, I didn't. I loved it. It was an amazing coaster. It was my 7-year-old nephew LJ. It was his favorite ride in the park. Closely followed by El Toro. He's he might have reversed those two. I'm not really sure.
Got mixed up a bit.
Think he did. The funny thing is LJ. So, I mentioned this back when he first rode Super Duper Looper. The first time he rode it, he got his head locked down like small children usually do going through a loop. Like your head just kind of gets like locked down towards your knees. I looked when like towards the end of El Toro when it just kind of weaves in the structure, in and out of the
Yeah,
structure,
meanders
back and
around.
forth.
Hmm.
I looked down and his head was actually locked down like that, the same way as going through a loop. I didn't even realize that was possible, but like the intensity of those turns is just so strong that it actually had the same effect on a child as going through a vertical loop. It it was crazy. Sorry, I had to go on an Intamin rabbit trail there. Um, but yeah, Jersey Devil, like yeah, great ride. It just I don't know. I was just expecting to get
A little bit
sucked
more.
out of the train and it just wasn't. I mean, it's still really really good, and you really should go ride it. Um, Especially because I mean you can't go wrong because El Toro's in the same park, so you're gonna have a great day.
All right, so let's stick with you. Well, let's go through your Jersey trip, and then we'll get to my Florida trip on a separate note.
Yeah. So
Well, how was American Dream? You revisited that park. How did you enjoy
yeah.
that?
Let me start. We need to go back a little bit. This it all started
It
my
all
cousin got
started on a
married.
sunny day.
It all started on Saturday when my cousin got married. So I went up to Pennsylvania to my parents' house, and my cousin was getting married, so I was at the wedding reception and everything. And then that was on Saturday, and then on Sunday we started our drive out to New Jersey from there. And our path took us on Route 22 and up I-99. And anybody who's familiar with this knows what's off of I-99, Lakemont Park.
Yes.
And it didn't dawn on anybody until like I was probably in the Ebensburg, PA area. I mean, we had two cars. We were split in two cars, and we had the radios between the two. And I was just like, "Hey, anybody think about maybe stopping at Lakemont Park and riding two roller coasters real quick?" So the conversation happened real quick. My one sister, she can't handle really rough stuff. So she and my mom just kind of hung out for a while as we went in and rode each coaster one time. Leap the Dips was just a huge hit with everybody. That was my first time riding it in the back seat.
Oh.
Oh my God. You need to go ride Leap the Dips. That's what I'm gonna say right now. You need to go ride Leap the Dips. You just are. It doesn't go more than 10 miles an hour, but
Yeah.
you're just buzzing along at 10 miles an hour, and all of a sudden the whole car is just gone, and then you fall back into it,
Yeah.
and then the same thing happens again. It's great. I mean, I've rode it a couple times. Piper actually rode it as I think when she was 2. She didn't
wow.
remember it pretty well, but yeah, that's the one thing that's great about Leap the Dips. There's no height requirement for it, so anybody can ride it.
Fun for all
we
ages,
also-
taken to a new level.
yeah, yeah. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if there's a requirement that you have to walk.
Or breathe. I'm not.
It might be that requirement that you have to actually be able to walk. But yeah, anybody can ride it. Skyliner, not quite as good as I remember. I partially attribute some of that to the fact that they added seatbelts, and that's disappointing. But it's still a phenomenal roller coaster. Myself and my nephew LJ loved it. My sister and my niece Piper, not so much. I'm not really sure what Piper's reasoning is. My sister doesn't really like rough wooden coasters that much, so that was kind of a no-brainer.
Boo. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. But anyway, we continued on and got to our hotel that night, and then the first day, Monday, was at Six Flags Great Adventure, and it was hot. It was stupid hot. We got a few rides on. Every this is how hot it was. We
Try
had
being in
two
Florida.
kids. We had a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old that both said, "Can we just leave the park now and go back to the hotel?" That children don't generally want to leave parks.
No. Typically, you have to drag them
but,
screaming and crying.
Yeah, exactly. Um, we got some rides in though. And then when we hit the point that everybody was going to go, like we were going to get ready to leave, my sister and I, well, so the original intent was I rode King Dakar in the middle with you before,
Yeah.
and it was rough. And I was really questioning whether my one sister, Carrie, could actually ride it because she doesn't handle really rough stuff.
Could endure that.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, so the thinking is okay, my other sister Lori and I were going to go ride it in the front seat, kind of judge from there. And we kind of split away from the group to go do that. It was closed. So we're like, well, we're also the only two people that are going to ride Zuma Manjaro, so we might as well go do that.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I mean, I was frightened. I was so scared to get on that ride. I mean, the anticipation scared. And it really wasn't nearly as scary as I was expecting it to be. It still doesn't compare to a Larson drop tire at all. But
Yeah,
but anyway,
It leaves definitely more to be desired. I remember riding that. I was in the same way. I mean, I was terrified. I don't know what it was. Like that was the last ride I think to ever scare me like that.
so
I was with Daniel, and
here's a funny story about this. Now, mind you, I don't really know anything about this. I've not been on this at all. In my mind, all I can remember is Top Throw Dragster. You see the train launch, and you just see the tower just swaying back and forth because you can see the track bouncing up and down, and like the tower kind of sways. And in my mind, I'm like, oh my god, like the train's gonna go by, and we're gonna be up there like 400 and some feet in the air, and we're just gonna be swaying back and forth. But I'm like, oh, this is perfect. King to Cuz broke down, so we don't have that issue. And it had, I mean, nothing's going on there, right? So we go up, and we're up at the top, and I look down. Here comes King Dakar, empty train, but here comes King Dakar.
Yep.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? And sure enough, King Dakar like starts way up, and it drops. You can't feel it swaying at all. Like
No.
that was but just that anticipation, like, oh, good, this is good. It's closed, and then like
There it
hasn't
is.
launched at
Here
all
comes Johnny.
until we're at the top of the tower, and
Yeah.
then oh look, here it comes. We didn't get on King Dakar that night, but we all that was when we all went and rode El Toro. The park was also really busy. We returned later, but the next day was actually Nickelodeon Universe, and I still love this park. It's a little bit pricey. I think in some ways the price can be justified, as I've said before.
No.
But regardless, I really enjoy that park. I really, really seriously enjoy that park. I do have one complaint. The Jimmy Neutron Atom Smasher, LJ really wanted to ride. And we kind of planned some things out. And we're like, okay, well, we're going to go back there now and ride it. The bathrooms are right behind it, so we're like, oh, let's take a bathroom break and then come out and ride it.
Sure.
The ride was open. Bathroom break happened. We came out and click the chain basically right in front of us. the last cycle wasn't even half full. Like there was not enough people in the line to fill half the ride.
Sure. Yeah.
And I asked them, I'm like, well, I mean, clearly it wasn't a mechanical issue because they were still running the ride.
You're currently operating the ride.
I'm like, hey, we haven't got on this all day. Like this, we were literally coming back here for this. Can we just get on this cycle? And the ride op was kind of rude and was like, these are the last people that are riding it today. Like, end of story. I was mad. Like I went straight to guest services and I was I was really, really angry. Because it was like 3 hours until the park closed. So I talked to a supervisor and he was like, well, he's like, I'm going to find a way to open it. Check back between 5 and 5:30 and I'm going to find a way to open it between 5 and 5:30 so that you and your family can ride it. So I felt really good at that point. I was like, wow, this is great customer service. And like, if that's what happened, that would have been a huge feather in their hat. Like, awesome.
Yeah.
That is not what happened. It never opened. And that just made me even more angry.
Yeah.
I mean, this goes back to one of the things we've been saying. Staffing is a problem. I understand that. I get it. That's fine. Like, but you know your schedule. Can you please post somewhere that says, hey, this ride
Will not operate from this time to this
is
time.
gonna close at 4:30 p.m. Because then we know we better get on this ride first, or at least
Indeed.
before 4 p.m. That's unacceptable. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm probably one of the few enthusiasts that can somewhat justify the cost of that park. And I will tell you, if you treat your guests like that, no, there's no justification for that cost because I'm paying for a park. It would have been a different story if that was a mechanical issue. It clearly was not a mechanical issue. Clearly. But we all did still have a great time. I mean, the biggest reason for me being upset was how upset LJ was. Like, that was one of the rides that LJ really wanted to ride,
Sure.
and he didn't get to because,
Sure.
you know. But LJ was fine. Like, he got on some other stuff. We discussed it with him, and did some wheeling and dealing, and he was fine. I actually got them both Piper and LJ on the launch / drop tire, and that was spectacular. LJ loved it. The other weird thing was, if you remember my review of Shellraiser before,
Yes.
I have a different review. It's still just as fun,
Oh.
except I didn't get a headache. And I don't know why. And Piper didn't get a headache, which she is kind of prone to get headaches in the same way that I am. Both my sisters, on the other hand, got headaches, and they're not prone to get headaches. So, I don't understand what Gerstlauer's got going on with this type of roller coaster, but there's some weird, bizarre stuff with it. And apparently I'm not alone, because I was reading some threads on Reddit, and like, people were saying like they've had completely different rides, one right after the other. I don't know. I have one working theory that possibly the right side of the train, if you're sitting in the train, the right side of the train is better than the left as it comes to shaking your head. My only basis on that is the 2 times that I rode it when I was there with you, I got a headache, and I know for a fact the first time I was on the left.
Yes, because I can
But
confirm
I'm
that.
almost certain the second time I also was on the left in the back. Like, it was once in the front, once in the back, but both on the left side. This time, Piper and I were both on the right side, and both my sisters were on the left side. I don't understand how it makes that much of a difference. Now, I'll tell you, it wasn't a smooth ride. I could definitely feel a rattle. I definitely felt like I was, being shaken around, but it didn't give me a headache. So clearly, it was a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still love it. It's a fun. Piper loved that ride. She was ecstatic for it. She loved that. She loved Sandy's Blasting Bronco.
Mm-hmm.
Really, all the coasters there were hits. LJ actually rode the Zamperla Discovery Revolution with me,
Mm-hmm.
and that was entertaining to see him go upside down and his face turn white because he didn't know what was going on. And then the second time upside down, he loved the ride operator. I swear, we didn't get the first ride. We didn't get a good cycle because I think the ride operator was concerned that he was not gonna like it because he is definitely 48 inches, but he is still tiny. He's just so small and skinny. That ride operators constantly look and say, "There's no way he's 48 inches," but he is 48 inches. So,
Yeah.
he did not ride Shellraiser. I think he's getting into this stage where he's a little tiny bit apprehensive about heights. Not completely sure about that, but I don't know. I think that tower on that coaster kind of scared him away from it. But anyway, we had a great time, and we left at we had the 12 to 8 pass, but I think we left at like 5:45, and we just went out and hung out at the mall. The crazy thing about this trip is literally we were at that mall 3 days during our trip.
Still probably
There's
didn't do
that
everything.
No, oh God, no. There is that much to do in that mall. And shopping. I mean, there's so many stores to shop at and stuff, and like stores that you just don't see everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's my sister was joking. She's like, "So, where did you eat on your trip to New Jersey?" "Oh, at the mall food court 3 times." Literally, we did. But yeah, so we returned to Six Flags Great Adventure on Wednesday, and oh wait, actually,
Hold up.
I have to add.
Hold the
I have
phone.
to add something. Wait, no, this didn't happen now. I see. I'm confused on what was going
Even
on.
Bob doesn't know what was happening on that trip.
I have no idea. So we decided at this point we were kind of debating like our 4th day, like what are we gonna do? Are we gonna do a 3rd day at Six Flags, or are we gonna go to America Dream again and do some stuff? I think we basically kind of left it up to, okay, well, Wednesday night we'll make the final decision. Anyway, Wednesday we went to Six Flags Great Adventure. It was a little bit cooler, much more enjoyable day. Myself and both my sisters actually went on Kingda Ka. My sister Carrie said she's just doing it and going for it. So it was fine. She didn't have any issues. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing everybody wanted to re-ride was Jersey Devil. I
Yeah.
would have liked to get back on El Toro again, but that just wasn't in the cards because of time. The park was still just packed. The only reason why we got everything done was we immediately went to Superman when we got in the park. We did the safari first before this. We were there at 9 a.m. and went through the safari, which was it was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of indifferent, but it was kind of neat. The kids really enjoyed it. We got to watch a giraffe try to make a break for it. And the Six Flags truck came in like it was entertaining. I don't really know how to explain it other than that. But yeah, anyway, so when we got in the park, we went straight to Ultimate Flight. Got on that. Everybody loved that. As we were leaving, the line was like super long. Green Lantern, Piper hadn't rode a stand-up coaster. She was really excited for it. I need the credit. So
That is a good
myself
one.
and What? Yeah. So anyway, Piper and myself went to ride it. Nobody else was interested. Um, it was actually it was actually pretty good. Um,
Really
I think
good.
we waited in line for like 15 minutes,
Mhm.
maybe 20. As we were leaving, like we got our ride and like walked out, and as we were walking out, like that line was easily an hour long at the time that we got off the ride. Us just beelining to both of those rides is what saved our day of, making sure we get on everything.
Mhm.
Um, Bizarro was like, I think of the worst case of stacking trains you've ever seen and multiply it, and then picture all of the ride ops running around like they're running at full speed but not going anywhere. Oh my god, that was I mean, I needed to get the credit. Piper wanted to ride it. We were also the only two that rode that one.
Uh-huh.
Um, One thing I found out today was the next coaster we went to was Runaway Mine Train. That was actually LJ's 50th coaster.
Hmm.
Had we known, that would not have been his 50th coaster.
I'm sure that would not have been
Um,
what
and
you
it's kind of sad
what you
because we
wanted.
made, what was that?
said. I'm sure that would not have been what you wanted.
No.
Nor he, I'm sure.
No, so yeah, we decided what we're gonna do is let him. I mean, we made a big deal out of Piper's 50th, so for him, we're gonna kind of let him do his 51st, just because I mean, we kind of really feel bad because, it's kind of an exciting thing, and he kind of wants to do what Piper did. So we're just.
What,
we're
what
gonna
was
do-
that? Did she make a sign and stuff?
Yeah, we'll still make the sign. I'm actually thinking that I'm gonna make him a sign that says, since my
You could do
Oh,
50 plus one.
since my 50th ended up being a silly little mine train, I'm gonna make my 51st count and like make the 51 bigger. Like I think I might do a sign because LJ he's kind of a joker with some stuff, and I think he might actually enjoy that. It's kind of funny. He's already like the meme of like, you thought this was your your whatever coaster, but really it was this little one. I'm sure you've seen the memes.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally is 7 years old, and it's happened to him already. But yeah, we really hit the coasters. I don't think we rode any flat rides. Oh, we rode the top spin.
Did you get back on Superman?
No, we didn't get second rides on anything except for Jersey Devil.
Did you ride Superman in the first place again then?
Yeah, that was on Wednesday. That was the first place we went, right before Green Lantern.
Nice. And you
If
still?
you'd listened to me,
I listened.
you didn't listen to that part.
Yeah, maybe that part got cut out. Maybe my internet cut out for a second. No, I can't have that excuse
Nope,
this week.
you have an Ethernet cable.
Yeah,
right
I
now,
can't use
so-
that excuse this week. But I do want to visit that. So, did more in depth? Did you enjoy that more than you did last time?
Jersey Devil.
No, Superman.
Oh, Superman. Yes, I think I did. I mean, yeah, I still like the Tacomas
I
better.
like how you digress and yes, I did.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, I do like the Tacomas better.
You just
I
have yet
think-
to get on a good one. That's probably the weakest, at least out of the ones I've done.
I think a big portion of it is actually the laying down part on the lift hill. And it sounds weird, and
I don't
I'm
like
kinda
that part.
surprised that I'm saying it. Well, I've never been a fan of laying down on the lift hill either, until I was actually on the B&M and flying up the lift hill, because you can't like lift your head up and see in front of you, and that kind of, I don't know.
You can't really do that on the Dutchman's either.
No, you can't, but it feels like you could still move your head around. I don't know why. It just doesn't like. I don't like. I want to. I don't know. I just kind of like that better.
I feel like they perfected the flying aspect of it much more than the Dutchman's. But that's just
I
my
don't know.
take.
Is the when it comes to the flying aspect of it's just the flying aspect in itself, I think they're both about the same, to be honest.
Well, you're flying for more of the ride on the B&Ms, which I think is.
I don't know. I mean, if you count the lift hill and the brake run, but that's not part of the ride. I mean, it is, but
I think in
don't
this
know.
particular sense it is, because part of the fun is, oh crap, now we're getting lifted up and we're in this position now. With most roller coasters, it's just like we're dispatching, we're just sitting on the ground. I mean, just sitting on the train. It's just normal.
I mean, lying down is kind of a, I don't know.
I never really. I don't
It's
know.
a weird. I don't know. I just
I just
think-
like the sensation better on the flyers. That's all. The B&M flyers.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I do just need to be on a better one. And-
Yeah, I think what plays into effect with like something like what I'll talk about later with Montu is just, I mean, Manta is just that there's a lot more terrain interaction, and it really
Yeah.
makes that whole flying experience almost worth it, if that makes sense. Like, it's like, this is why I'm flying. I'm not just flying around a grass field. I'm flying through terrain and doing this cool thing. It's cool. But yeah, continue on with your trip. I think you have one more day left, or 2 more days. You're on Thursday now?
Yeah, it was supposed to be one more day, but we actually have 2. Well, 1.5, I guess you could say.
Okay.
So we we finished up Six Flags Great Adventure. We got everything in, and we were able to ride Jersey Devil a second time, and we were able to ride Joker a second time as well. Which I still love Joker, much to Airtime Mike's dismay.
Dismay, yeah.
I
I love it
Joker.
too. I love it.
It's so much fun. So it's kind of funny. LJ asked a lot about the Joker and like working aspects of it, and I explained to him about how the zipper was kind of the brainchild, or like the roots of Joker came
Yeah.
from X2, which was
The
came
basis for this
Zipper.
ride was
Yeah.
this ride, yeah.
so all of a sudden the zipper's on his horizon, and it's not it's not like you can just say, oh hey, I'm gonna go ride a zipper, right?
No.
This becomes needed down the road. Just pack that away. So the next day we went to just America Dream, not Nickelodeon Universe, not DreamWorks, literally just to the mall. One of the things we were going to do was, at first we were talking about the aquarium and Legoland Discovery Center. We ended up rolling out the aquarium. We did the Blacklight mini golf and the mirror maze, which were pretty fun. I mean, mini golf is mini golf, at least in my eyes. So there's that. Being that you're in a mall, I guess that's interesting. I don't know. The mirror maze was kind of cool, though. I will admit that was kind of cool. My niece and nephew rented the animals that you can drive around Concourse A. Is that what they could? I forget what they call it. Court A. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That was entertaining. And there's not like, it's kind of hard to describe that. I wish that I might, man, I might actually cut together a video and have you post it on the channel at some point. I don't know. I'll think about that. There's not much I can say about it other than yeah, I mean, you just kind of have to see what it is to really get it. It was pretty funny though. Yeah, we just did a bunch of stuff. We did some shopping, and I mean, it was cool to hang out there. Legoland, or is it Lego Discovery Center or Legoland Discovery Center? I don't know.
I have no clue. I think it's probably just
the
like
Discovery. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. The Discovery Center was sold out for that day. LJ was heartbroken. So we decided that, well, Friday's the day we drive back. I guess we're gonna just have to buy our tickets and drive to the mall first to do that. Then we'll drive back to, my parents' house and stuff.
yeah.
As we were leaving American Dream, New Jersey is just a different world. A lot of times you're like, oh, let's go back to the hotel, or let's go home and we'll just stop somewhere to eat we learned very quickly you don't just like wait till you see something. You kind of have to start like planning it in advance because good lord, that state's a nightmare to drive in.
Yeah.
But we decided, let's go to Chipotle. Well, my sister navigated. Usually I was in the lead car with the GPS, but my sister did the search, and I'm like, well, how about we follow you since your GPS is already on the way? Things were kind of screwed up. We kind of took a tour of a bunch of parking lots and roads that weren't really roads. I don't know.
Oh boy, I have a story for you, Len, later.
We happened to. So this is the thing. We saw that there was like a carnival there,
Yeah.
but I didn't really get close to it to really assess what was going on, right?
And realize.
Well, as we're driving around parking lots and stuff, I happen to look over and it's a zipper. It's a zipper. And I'm like, hey, it's a sign. Nobody seems interested in stopping. We go to Chipotle, get food. We're on our way back to the hotel. LJ starts hammering me with questions of how am I going to get to ride a zipper? How does a zipper work? What's a zipper do? But I'm like, oh my god. And I think it was LJ actually took the radio, and he actually said something to my sister. I don't remember what it was, but she's like, well, Grandma could get in our car and you and Uncle Bob can go to the fair. We immediately pulled onto the shoulder.
Get out!
And
Get out,
it
Grandma.
it was pretty close to
Nah.
get out, Grandma. Like, yeah, it was like, oh my God, we're like, he was excited, I was excited because it's been a while. I mean, I rode a zipper a couple years ago, but they didn't run it forward for whatever reason. Like, just that's not the
Yeah.
zipper experience.
Mhm.
So it had been a while since I had rode an actual
genuine
full zipper.
Yeah.
So like, oh, I was so excited. So we got there, and turns out this is the New Jersey State Fair. I was thinking, oh, I'll just buy a few tickets, ride the zipper, maybe ride another ride or two.
And call it a night.
As we're walking into the fair, first of all, it's packed. There's it's at the Meadowlands, and the parking lot is just packed. I'm like, oh, good Lord. As I'm approaching the entrance, there's like this sign, like, oh, buy your tickets. It costs us $35 each to get into the fair. We rode 4 rides. LJ went through 2 like wacky house type things.
Okay.
It was just packed, and the lines were so long because it was ride all you want. We were only there for I think we got there at 10 p.m. It closed at midnight. Anyway, LJ loves the zipper now. It's now his new favorite ride.
Okay.
Ride that doesn't include
Like
coasters.
like flat ride, yeah.
Yeah, because I've been raising him, and he understands the difference between. I've been not raising him. that wasn't the right word. I've been training him in
Since
the
birth.
amusement park ways. He understands what a flat ride is and what a coaster is because they're different things. He it was like he was so. I kept so he made up a word. I don't know what him and my one sister made up a word called X scared. It's excited and scared put together. Like you're excited and you're scared. So
yeah.
we got in the car, and the zipper loads like a Ferris wheel. So like we were moved up while they were loading below us. And I asked him. I said, so are you scared? He said, I'm just scared. All it took was 2 revolutions though, and he was just loving it. He was like, I think this is amazing. I love this ride. Like he was just, and he was like, again, he's small, so like,
Yeah.
he is actually like sliding up in the restraint.
Sure, yeah.
And his reactions were just amazing. He just loved it. But the absolute best thing, this may be the best thing that happened on the entire trip. I also found a Gravitron there, which is my second favorite flat ride.
Probably my second
And-
least favorite.
I didn't tell him. He knew that I liked the Gravitron, but I never really told him what the Gravitron was. He loves the Roundup, so I said, if you like the Roundup, you'll love the Gravitron. But I didn't explain anything about what happens in the spaceship. Like, nothing. So we walk
Sure.
in,
Mhm.
and I show him where to stand. You know how you kind of
Yep.
like lean against the sled. And he was just like looking at me funny. He's like, well, where's the seatbelt? I said, there's no seatbelt. He's like, well, okay. Like, it was like he was confused because even the Roundup has that little chain that goes in front of you that does nothing.
Yeah.
So, like, it was so foreign for him. Like, you just stand here? What?
Yeah.
So the ride
was like,
starts, and
"What?"
it was our sleds needed oil. they
It
like they're
required some
spinning and-
WD-40.
Yeah, like they need something. But like I'm seeing people fly up, everywhere, and we're
Sure.
still both firmly on the ground. So I'm like, well, he needs to have the experience, right? So I just reach over with my hand, and he can't see what I'm doing, but I just like reached over and just kind of pushed his sled up while I stayed down. So his head actually raised to the level of my head, and he was looking. Still cracks me up. Like he's looking forward, and I slide it up. And he sees that he's like right beside me, and he just rolls his head to the side, and he looks at me like with this like serious face, and he says, "Uncle Bob, what is happening?" And that was it. No, guys, I couldn't even like. I just died laughing because I knew like he had no idea like what was going on. Like because
Yeah.
when you're in a Gravitron, you
You have
get
no
the sense that you're spinning, but you
concept
don't really
of-
know for
yeah.
sure that you're spinning. And like, to him, the floor, I remember the first time I rode a Gravitron, I thought the floor dropped out from under me. I don't know if that was because I've been on the rotor before or anything, but like in his mind, like the floor just disappeared. And then all of a sudden he's as tall as me, and like
I'm sure he
but
was dazed.
he got off and he was like, that was maybe better than the Roundup. I think that's tied for my second favorite ride. And like I loved it. It was such a great experience. And then I think we rode the Orbiter, which was just stupid fast. He loved that. But yeah, so we did that, and like of course now we're going to the mall at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. to go to the Discovery Center. It's midnight, and we haven't even left to go back to the hotel, which is a half-hour drive. We both had like no sleep, but it was worth it. And then the Discovery Center was pretty cool too. I mean, there's not much I can really say. Like, it doesn't really relate to coasters. It was a really cute experience for kids.
Sure.
If you're an adult, I don't think that it's
An attraction
not something
worth
you're
it.
gonna- it's not worth visiting.
It's kind of like a kids museum or something,
Yeah, something like that. But it was really cool. It was a really cool experience with having kids there. But yeah, it was a great trip. Part of the fun of the trip was just watching my mom's reaction of me driving in New Jersey, because she like her life just kept flashing before her eyes, and she just kept saying how much she couldn't wait to get out of that state.
Out of that car too.
Yes, it was her car, so that may.
Might have made it worse. Some trauma in the car.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Yeah, that was definitely part of the trip. But yeah, it was really a great time. Absolutely a great time.
Sounds like it. And so was my Florida trip. We're going to transition to that now. I'm glad you had a great time in New Jersey, but well south of there, I was having an adventure of my own. I think in about...
Not a great adventure.
I wasn't having a great adventure, no. Great. Yeah. Did you go back to Garden Grill?
God, no. Yeah. We actually didn't really eat in Six Flags.
Refused to eat. That's a smart move.
We bought
smart move.
Like a couple times, somebody bought chicken tenders and fries, and we all kind of snacked on. We all shared it.
Just in case.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it. My niece is an extremely picky eater, so she is very limited on what she won't eat anything in a park basically. LJ's kind of limited on what he'll eat, and Six Flags food is just terrible.
It is awful.
We didn't really want to eat there. So yeah, we bought a couple drinks here and there, but every now and then we'd buy a snack or something. But yeah, it was we really didn't eat. We would just immediately eat after or eat before.
Sure.
Their food's just so terrible.
It is. So I think actually a few days before you left for Great Adventure or for New Jersey, I was on my way to Charlotte. Friday night we left. Me and this is a trip that I took with Timmy, who most of you know as the temporary co-host when Bob can't make it.
The anti-Bob.
The anti-Bob. I love that. That's his name. Yeah. I love calling him that. And yeah, so that Friday night we left for Charlotte. Got to Charlotte, went to Carowinds. I will say, this is the first Cedar Fair park I've attended this year. Actually, that's not true. I went to Cedar Point. Completely lied. This is the first one I'd attended in some time. And Cedar Point was requiring reservations, but Carowinds is no longer requiring reservations, even though they will tweet out till the day you die. Reservations are required. Have you seen their tweets? Have you been following them?
I have. That's why I'm kind of
all capital letters, like they're screaming it at you. Reservations are required. Don't check for reservations whatsoever. They even say it on the front gate, the toll plaza there when you're entering to pay for parking.
Oh.
It says, if you don't have a reservation, turn back now. And I'm like, well, you have no idea that I don't know. I just walked right in the park without even checking.
I have to interrupt you real quick to
Okay.
tell you this one thing that I forgot about because it's freaking hilarious.
Okay.
It's kind of been a known thing that Six Flags hasn't always been scanning passes, especially at parking. I kid you not. We pulled up. I didn't have my pass out yet, and the rest of my family all bought passes for Great Adventure, so they were processing them there. So on the first day when we went through the gate, my mom happened to have the one paper there, so she just used that for parking, right?
Uh-huh.
I kid you not. This guy holds the phone up and with his mouth goes bloop, and pulls it away and says, "You're good to go."
That's pretty great.
I about died. It was hilarious. I mean, you couldn't. There is no better example of
Six Flags.
them not. Yeah, well, yeah, that they are clearly not scanning all the passes because that guy literally made the noise with his mouth. I don't even think the scanners are supposed to make noise. That's the best part about it.
Yeah, they're not, because I was at Over Georgia the week after and they did not make any noise. But back to let's not get too far ahead of my trip.
No, yeah,
I was at Over
just
Georgia.
thought that was funny.
No, that's pretty great. But I was at Over Georgia, but let's get back to the week before that, actually. Carowinds, again, not checking reservations. I would advise to still get one, just in case, but I'm telling you, Nothing, not checked whatsoever.
Could you see them going to guest services? Like, well, Coaster Talk podcast said I didn't need a reservation.
Yeah, James, that dumb, what is wrong with him? He told me I didn't need one. No, but yeah, I would still advise getting one, but they're not going to check for it most likely. And Carowinds, great park. Again, still, I always love that park. It wasn't too busy, really. I was shocked by that. At first, it felt like it was going to be busy, but then we got like 3 rides on Fury. We walked over to Copperhead Strike, walked on that a couple times. It was a stair wait. Went to Afterburn. That was a walk on. Then we turned the corner and tried to go to Intimidator, and that's where we were like, oh, maybe it is kind of busy, because Intimidator had a line out to like the frickin' front of the entrance of Intimidator. I mean, all of the switchbacks were full. All of them.
Yeah, it's clearly one of the better B&Ms.
It's not, but
It is.
It's all full. Yeah, no, I disagree with that. But regardless, it was amazing. I guess right around that time, it was like 3 or 4. It just got packed to the park. But I tell you, up until then, we were walking around and pretty much walking on everything. So it was
It
quite
was almost like I showed up.
It was. We were like, we feel Bob's presence.
Crowds have come. Bob is here. The crowds have come.
Bob showed, hey guys, let's ride. I heard you guys said a walk on. I decided to come down. Nope. No, but yeah, it was quite crazy to turn the corner and see Intimidator with that line. Because I was really wanting to get back on that, because I've gotten like one ride on Intimidator where I was like, wow, that's really good, and then the rest were like, nah, mediocre. So I need to reevaluate that ride, and it's been like 2 years since I've gotten on it, so I've been to Carowinds every year, including last year when the pandemic happened. I mean, I even went then, so I've been every year since then. I just have not gotten on it because every time it's a line that I go. So yeah, that's the story of Carowinds. Fury's running excellent. Copperhead Strike excellent. Afterburn excellent. I think that's all we got on. I didn't really get on. Nighthawk was a line again. That always has a line though. It seems. So that was Carowinds. It was a lot of fun. I can't think of much else that happened at that park in particular. So yeah, we rode some rides there, and then we left about mid-afternoon. Drove down to Savannah, Georgia, which is a great little city. I do advise anyone that has not been there, that is a fun city. Very fun city. They have a whole like Riverwalk area with lots of shops and restaurants, and it's so lively. We turned the corner and it's like a cobble street road, and all of a sudden there's like 100 million people there, and it felt like a street festival or something was occurring. It was excellent. It was a lot of fun. They had bands set up. They had a Circus Delay show in the middle of the walkway. It was really cool. A Circus Delay style show. I don't think it was actually Circus Delay, but it was one of those acrobatics. It's excellent. It's a lot of fun.
They enjoy it. They enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's a really cool city. But let's stick with coasters. The next day we woke up and we actually we stayed in Jacksonville. So we went to Savannah. We went to Jacksonville that night after Savannah. And then we drove down to Orlando the next day. So that Sunday we were at SeaWorld Orlando and rode everything. Again, we rode Mako, Manta. Why do I always get that mixed up? Not when I'm there. It's always when I'm on the show that I mess it up. Montu, got on Kraken, and I need to totally say something here. Last time I rode Kraken, completely mediocre, okay, fine. You know, maybe it was my second or third favorite floorless, whatever. It is easily my favorite floorless now. Easily. I don't know what changed from April to now. Maybe I rode it. I don't remember where I rode it. I might have ridden it in like the middle, possibly. I didn't ride it in the back. I don't know. Rode it in the back. Intensity, I mean, like you've never experienced on a B&M. I mean, I was graying out. The zero G roll. You know, have you ever heard of Kumba? People call Kumba zero G roll the death roll. That's what it felt like on Kraken. That's what it felt like on Kraken. And I went and rode Kumba the other day, and it didn't even feel like Kraken. Kraken was better, I thought, which was surprising because Kumba's was still great, but Kraken's was. I mean, you get whipped through it, like your whole body shifts with the roll because it's like so intense, it like slams you over. It was excellent. But that definitely surprised me.
Yeah, just thinking about that with OTSRs just giving me a headache.
Oh my god, it was so good. Oh my gosh, I cannot express how great it was. Manta Manta was excellent. I still think you need to get on that. I think you would enjoy that as a B&M flyer more than the Superman clones. It definitely, like, the train interaction increases the ride to a whole other level. And the pretzel loop is way more intense. Way. And that is awesome. Awesome. So that's excellent. And then Mako, I rerode. And I don't know how I don't remember exactly the words I used to describe it unless the last time I rode it. I didn't really think it was that great. I thought it was good. I think I had it like my third or second favorite hypercoaster, but really that's not excellent. B&M hypercoaster, really that's not like too impressive. It's now my second favorite for sure.
Did you?
It's solidified.
Did you like the Immelman?
I did like the Immelman. It's a lot of fun. No, I like the Stangle Dive a lot too. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. Oh,
Yeah,
I screwed up my own joke.
you did. I thought you were going for that, and I was like, all right, I'm going to stick with the Immelman and move on to the Stangle Dive. But, yeah, I enjoyed that ride a lot more than I remembered. It's now solidified as my second, without a doubt, and that is only because a ride that I'll just say now Goliath is so much better because it's such an excellent ride. It's not because Mako's not good. I really like Mako now a lot more than I did. So, a lot of good airtime. It's not too crazy intense. But it's fun. It's a lot of fun. And that was my SeaWorld experience for that day. I did go see the Shamu show on that Sunday. And I want to say that I've never really enjoyed a show quite like I've enjoyed the Shamu show. I was surprised by that. It's not called Shamu anymore. It's the Orca Encounter, I believe. But everyone knows it as the Shamu show because that's where Shamu would go up and jump around and splash everyone. And that was really cool. They really make it about conservation now and about environmental outreach, which is excellent. It combines that show and almost circus-like elements of like, oh, the whales are doing tricks for you, with, hey, these guys are important to the environment. They're, don't over-harvest them, don't over-hunt them. They combine those two elements perfectly. It's not like shoving it down your throat like, we suck, humans suck, we're killing these animals. And it's also not like, here's all the show elements and we're not actually going to teach you anything about these animals. So they do a good blend of that. And it was really touching. It was a really touching show. So I recommend that for anybody. And yeah, that was my SeaWorld Orlando experience. I still have yet to get on Infinity Falls. Each time I go over to ride it, there's a 90-minute wait, and I'm like, you know what? I don't really care that much about a river rafts ride to that extent. I'm not going to wait 90 minutes for it. We thought about going back Friday, but that changed, and you'll see why in a bit. The next day, Monday, was time for Universal. And, of course, what do you think we went to first? First thing in the morning, we got there 8 a.m. because...
Pterodactyl flyers.
Yep, that was it. No.
So.
No, we didn't go to Paradon. I think they call it Paradon Flyers now. We didn't go there. We went straight to Velocicoaster. So the park opened at 9, but it opened at 8 for early entry. So we got there at 8 for early entry. Even though we don't have early entry, technically they still allow people to go in the park, and only the people that have that early entry pass are allowed to ride the ride. So you can be in the park, you just can't be riding the rides. So we went over to Velocicoaster to kind of wait in line for that ride, and then we got on it. And oh my God, Bob, I've never quite loved a ride more than I have. I mean, Voyage is the exception to this rule. Voyage is obviously, in a different category. It's so hard to match Voyage, and I honestly considered putting this above Voyage for a brief moment in time. Velocicoaster is excellent, and it's not the ride is excellent, but of course of course with Universal that theming really makes the ride a whole lot more. Now without the theming, probably still a number 2 ride. I could still see people putting it their number 2. I don't know if it would be my personal number 2 with that theming, especially as a fan of the Jurassic Park franchise. Not so much the Jurassic World franchise, but I still enjoy the movies, all right? It just adds so much to it. I mean, you have Dr. Wu talking to you in the station. You got Chris Pratt in the station. I can't remember her name now, but you have she's like the general manager and park operator. I don't know if you saw the Jurassic World films, but she's like the general manager and operator of the park. She's there talking to you, and it's just like, wow, I really feel... And the premise of this ride is, I don't know if any of you know, if you haven't gone, you might not, is that they actually are building this roller coaster in the Velociraptor, like obituary, like that area for the Velociraptor. You're going through this exhibit.
Kind of cool.
And you're in the Jurassic World area, yeah. So you're actually in Jurassic World as a park. And it's pretty interesting. pretty interesting because Chris Pratt is the trainer of the Velocicoasters. He's worked with them since they were children and small Velociraptors, and he's like, "This is such a bad idea. You guys are morons. Don't open this ride." And then the general manager does a great job. It's like, "No, everything's fine. It's safe." And it's just really, they do an excellent job. And then the theming and
Great
the
idea.
exactly, it's just like the first Jurassic Park when you have that whole shenanigan where it's like, "Oh, it's gonna be okay. We'll be great," and then they get trapped in the Tyrannosaurus exhibit. But with that being said, the actual ride goes through some theming elements. You have rock work, you have terrain interaction, you have velociraptors growling at you and swerving around. And then the second half of the ride, though, is really where you don't really have any theming, but it makes sense. You're kind of like escaping it, it kind of feels like, because you get that second launch, you go up the top hat, you go down, you hit that, it's like a trick track airtime hill where you're flipping one way and then flipping the other, and then you go around the helix, and then you hit I think my favorite moment of the ride, which is surprising, I know. The airtime is great throughout the ride. Don't get me wrong, it has some really great airtime, some really fantastic airtime. But that inline twist, I think they're calling it the Mosasaurus roll, but it's really just like an inline twist at the end of the ride, is so whippy. It's so crazy. It's amazing.
Is that the one over water?
That is the one over the water. Yes, it is
Yeah,
fantastic.
A lot of people have been talking about that.
That is easily the best element on the ride, which is surprising. As an airtime guy, you don't hear me oftentimes say, "Oh, that inversion was the best part of the ride." That I don't think that's been the case for any of the rides I've ridden ever. I don't know if any of my favorite rides are the inversion is my favorite element, excluding rides that
Volcanoes rolls were up there for
excluding rides that are only based on inversions. Of course, then I'm gonna have to say that some inversions were awesome. But for rides that incorporate the inversions and the airtime, it's always the airtime elements are what I love the most. And it wasn't the case for this. I love the airtime moments on this, but even I think they're calling the inverted stall because it's not really a stall because you exit a different way. But even that moment is fantastic. I mean, everything about the ride is fantastic, but those two inversions are probably my favorite parts of the ride, which is surprising. And that's typically inversions feel filler, right? Typically they're like just thrown in there and it's kind of like, they're fine, they're fun, but they're not really the main purpose of the ride.
Yeah.
But this is different. I don't know what it is about those two inversions that really I love. And that's Velocicoaster. I mean, the launches are great. I know we talk oftentimes about LSMs not being that forceful, but I'm telling you, it's surprising because I think the second launch is only like 40 to 60 or 70. I think it's 40 to 70. And that's not that large of an acceleration, and I think it's in like 2.4 seconds, which isn't that's not great. 30 miles per hour in 2.4 seconds shouldn't feel that excellent. But I'm telling you, that second launch feels crazy. It's really, really crazy. I don't know how they did it, but it feels really intense.
I think the issue is the sustaining feeling. I think that's the difference with LSM. Like LSM doesn't sustain that push you back in your seat for an extended period of time.
Well, you need to get on this then, because that's exactly how the second launch felt, which was surprising to me. Yeah, it was really forceful. I really enjoyed that. And then, of course, the top hat. That's the big element that everyone's been talking about. That's been covered in news since the Osprey.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, that was really good, too. That's some really good airtime, especially in the back row. You get flung over that. It's just excellent. And I will get to it. I think it was actually Tuesday, so I'm going to wait till Tuesday to talk about one of my rides I got on it. But yeah, Velocicoaster, cannot talk enough greatness about it. It is really, really an excellent ride. So, I mean, I'm wearing the shirt right now. I love it. I mean, I'm like a Velocicoaster fanboy now. I can't express it. It's literally like the second coming of Voyage for me. It's that kind of ride where it's like it's so good you can't even comprehend it. So, yep. Bob, I know you've been kind of hesitant in getting to Florida, and it hasn't been able to happen for multiple different reasons, but it might be time.
I'll figure it out.
It might be time for a Velocicoaster ride.
Those parks are just so expensive. That's one aspect of it.
All right, well, you're talking about the cost of being justified for Nickelodeon Universe. The cost is justified here just because of Velocicoaster. Got on everything else pretty much that we wanted to throughout the week. I think that day we got back on Forbidden Journey, which is the dark ride there, which is fantastic. Fantastic drive, especially for Harry Potter fans. That's a great one to get on. We got on, I believe we got on Hulk that day. No, we didn't get on Hulk that day. We got on Hulk later. Now I'm having a brain fart. I think we got on the Simpsons ride possibly on that day, which I hadn't done before, and I don't really know how I feel about it. It's the Back to the Future ride. They just kind of put a different overlay on it, but you kind of get lifted up into that state. So now I know what you meant when we were talking about Back to the Future ride a long time ago, and you were trying to describe it to me. I understand now what the whole concept is. You get lifted up into the stadium. You don't really see anybody next to you. You're kind of in your own car. I didn't really like it though. I kind of got motion sickness from it, to be honest. I don't know, but I didn't dislike the premise of the ride, and of course the theming was excellently executed by Universal. But I don't know. I wasn't a particular fan of that. I got kind of motion sick. What else did we do? We did E.T. again, I believe, that day, which I don't like still because of the second half of the ride. But yeah, we did E.T.
You just the whole coming home thing?
Yep, I despise that part. It ruins the movie still for me. I love the first half of that ride. I love the city. Flying over the city is absolutely fantastic. I love that. That's probably one of my favorite elements of any ride ever. It's just so cool. But when we do that weird alien planet crap, and I'm like, what the heck is this? I feel like I'm tripping on acid or something when I'm in there. It's just weird, and it's just a strange sensation, and I don't like it. I feel like the whole movie to me was kind of a mystery. Where is he going home to? We're seeing the spaceship. We never actually see another species, another one of his species. And I kind of felt like that was purposely done. And then it's like, nope. When you ride this, you're going to see it all. That mystery is completely evaporated. But yeah, so I don't really like that ride at the second half, at least. I love the first half though. I think it's cool.
Yeah, I like that ride. That and Back to the Future were my favorite. I mean, I've been in 1999. I was at the Universal Studios part, not Islands of Adventure. And,
Yeah.
Back to the Future and the E.T. ride were just phenomenal.
Yeah, I can't speak to the Back to the Future. I've ridden it in essence, kind of. I mean, not really, but
I mean, it is the same ride system and everything.
exact same ride system. It's just not the same. Not the same theming and ride experience. But yeah, I didn't really like the Simpsons ride. It kind of made me motion sick. That was the only reason. I didn't mind the objective of, oh, we're doing this adventure and you're kind of moving around with us, but I couldn't deal with it. I don't know. There's certain rides, just like you're different. They kind of give you headaches. For me, it's like I get motion sick and I feel kind of like I'm gonna throw up. So
it's kind of interesting. The mechanics of like motion simulators and like how specific things have to be. It's even like split milliseconds can cause certain people to get sick if the synchronization is that far off. It's insane.
yeah, it is. So I want to speak to now actually a ride that I rerode and liked a lot more as well. Another Intamin, Hagrid's. If you recall my first visit to Universal, you probably recall that I didn't find it that excellent. I don't know what it was. I think I rode in the middle. I rode it in the back row this time, and man, is Hagrid's great. I noticed more of the theming this time around. I don't know. I was kind of irritated with the line the first time. As you recall, I kind of gave quite a bashing to the virtual queue system. I'm glad they got rid of that. Totally glad they got rid of that. That's excellent. And this time I was just able to enjoy it more, I guess. I don't know. I got a lot of good airtime moments. For some reason, I didn't forget about the drop track, but I wasn't thinking that was happening right when it happened. And so I was like, oh crap, yeah, like right at the last second, I'm like, oh, there's a drop track, and then we dropped. And that was awesome. And the whole ride is just really something else. It's a great ride, so totally worth the adventure down there. Even before Velocicoaster, I would have said that that's worth it now, having rewrote it, but with Velocicoaster for sure, because the theming, again, adds a whole other layer to it. And I think that's about it for the first Monday we were there. The next day, nothing much else happened. We rode everything again, but nothing I need to really discuss. Other than I think we rode Hulk, which was great. And then, of course, the night ride that I got on Velocicoaster I need to explain. This is what moved it from, I think, my number 5 or number 6 to my number 2. So we were getting in line for Velocicoaster. We had to do it, Bob. We had to get in line at 9 o'clock. I know that we can't.
Of course.
We had to
I
get.
mean, I know how you operate.
And even the operators were like, "Are you waiting until 9?" And we're like, "Yep." And they're like, "All right, cool, we see you." And I was like, "All right, that was great." They actually, and let me tell you, this is superb staffing right here. They closed the ride at 9. Like, right, we got in line at 9, but there were still people walking towards the ride at 9. So people were walking up and going, "Oh man, we were walking," and they were like, "You know what? Unclinked the fence on the chain and allowed all of those people that were walking towards the ride to still get in line," which I thought was awesome. I was like, "That's great. That's really how it should be done." Yep, sorry, and it's not like sorry. Nope, we're done. It's yeah, sure, we'll accommodate for you. We understand. You were walking. We saw you. And they didn't just do that for anybody that said it. It was obvious they could see those people walking towards them. And so yeah, so we got to the last ride of the night, and we get in the train, and I kid you not. As soon as we roll out of the station, we hear it, the overlay, the spiel overplaying on the intercom, and it says, "Attention riders, due to inclement weather in the area, Velocicoaster is now down." Or I think it was, I think they have a spiel where it says it could be going down. There's a possibility of it going down if the weather gets worse. So that spiel is playing, right? And we're like, me and Timmy look at each other and we're like, oh crap, what's going on? And then we launch, and the first launch, and pellets of rain are flying at us. So it's pitch black, pellets of rain. No, not out. Yes, ouch, but also awesome. I kid you not, that was easily one of my best rides I've ever gotten on a roller coaster. It was so much fun. I mean, we were soaked. And the funny thing is, Pam had left us. Pam was with us for the first half of the trip, one of our other friends. Pam, she was with us. She was like, "No, I'm not going to ride Velocicoaster again. I'm going to go do the Jurassic World River Adventure, or Jurassic Park River Adventure ride." And we kind of laughed at that. We're like, "No, we're not doing that. We're doing Velocicoaster." The funny thing is, we got more wet than I think she ended up getting because of that ride. We got drenched. I mean, we were soaked to the core. It was crazy how wet we were. I mean, it was like my hair was just on my face, and I could just it was quite crazy. But yeah, that was quite the ride. That was easily one of the best rides I've ever gotten on a roller coaster, I think. So much fun, pure fun, and just disorientation because of the rain hitting me in the face like that. It was a lot of fun. And that ended our day there at Universal. We went to Hard Rock Cafe and City Walk after that. Still drenched, so I can imagine the crew at Hard Rock Cafe after seeing our seats were like, great, just drenched our benches. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. And then that Wednesday, we went to Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. Now, I'd been to Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay before, so I'd already gotten all the credits, but SheiKra. I had not been on SheiKra, the dive coaster. I didn't get on that last time, because last time it was a wait, and I decided to just go get on Montu again, because I wanted to re-ride that. I got on SheiKra. I don't think it's better than Griffon. I think Griffin's much better. And it's just due to the fact that I think Griffon, that extra inversion adds so much more. That splashdown is cool on SheiKra. I think it's a cooler splashdown. And I like the tunnel that you go into. But it's just not really better than Griffon. It's not... I guess it's not necessarily something that I would say is they're not far from each other, right? Like I said, Griffin's much better in terms of dive coasters. Like thinking dive coasters, because I really don't think dive coasters are at all that different from each other. But in terms of ranking the rides, I would say that Griffin's probably a few spots above it, give or take. So I know there's a SheiKra fandom that exists, and I don't really get it. It's not that
Dive
good.
coasters are like the Toyota Corolla of roller coasters.
Yeah.
They're just there. They do their thing, but whatever.
I like Griffin. I like Griffin a lot.
Nobody's like, oh, I have a Corolla, man.
Yeah, I like Griffin a lot, but it's not SheiKra. I mean, let me rephrase that. I like SheiKra a lot, but it's not Griffin. I don't know. I like Griffin quite a bit, so it's definitely not my favorite ride at Busch Gardens Williamsburg by a long shot, but I enjoy it. And I don't know really where Valravn falls in with that. I think it's probably my least favorite, but I like Valravn still. I don't know how you feel about Valravn, but I like Valravn.
I mean, Wilderness Express might be more fun.
Boo.
No, it's not. Even though it's an Intamin.
Yeah.
Wilderness Run. Woodstock Express. Woodstock Express might actually be more fun than Valraven, to be honest.
Okay.
The Cedar Point one. Actually, any of them.
Okay.
The wooden ones or the steel Cedar Point one.
I don't agree with that. I like this, but I think that's a bit.
I don't know. I just
bit
they're not bad.
ridiculous,
They're just-
but
they're just whatever. I mean, I'm saying that tongue in cheek. Clearly.
yeah.
um,
I don't know, Bob. You've made some pretty horrendous claims on the show before, so.
Like what?
I don't really want to say. I don't want to get into it, please. Let's just let's just let's just move on. I was at my
All right,
parks
fine.
and I was
Move
having
on.
fun. I don't really want to. We have a whole debate that's going to ensue here in a bit. I don't know. I don't know if we need to get in another one.
This is gonna be a really long show.
Oh, it is. Brace for impact. We're 2 hours 16 minutes right now, Bob. I got on after that Shikra. I got on Montu. Rerode that. That's definitely a favorite invert of mine. I still like Banshee a bit more, but I like Montu a lot. And man, I love Kumba. I love Kumba a lot. But I don't really like Cheetah Hunt. I still don't understand why people like that ride.
Man, things are going so good here. You were like Intamin this, Intamin that, Intamin that. I don't really like Cheetah Hunt. Oh,
It's not that
boo.
good. It's
I don't know.
boring.
I can't say. I have not rode it, but
It's boring. It's not. There's nothing to it. There's no airtime. The launches are weak, and the inversion, I guess, is fun, but that's kind of it. I don't get the hype around Cheetah Hunt. I ride it in the back. I ride it in the front. I don't know where to ride it. I mean, I'm running out of places to ride it. It's not that good. I
ride it in the middle.
didn't ride it in the middle, so maybe that's where.
That's a secret.
Maybe
Or
that's
like a few rows behind the middle.
yeah.
Like some
Nah,
Intamins.
I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I mean, these trains are really short, so I don't know. I just don't get the Cheetah Hunt hype. It's not a bad ride, but it's definitely not. It's definitely what it was supposed to be. It's supposed to be more like a family ride, ish. So I think that's kind of where it falls for me. It's kind of like, it's not that great. I did get back on Falcon's Fury. I really enjoyed my ride on that. I didn't tell my mom about the laying down positions, and she was ready to kill me at the top there. But she actually enjoyed it. She said it was her favorite drop tower, and I think it's probably one of my favorites. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's really good.
It doesn't beat a Larson.
No, I don't think it does. They're different. They do different
Does it?
things. So I mean,
Would you put it above a Larson?
I don't know. Probably not. But again, they're different. The drop on a Larson is probably more intense, but the free falling feeling of being in that laying down position is unlike anything else. It's really cool. You really feel like you're swarming down on, like something like your prey, like as a falcon. So it's really unique. I got back on Scorpion, which is the Schwarzkopf. I really like that ride. That vertical loop is crazy. Of course, all Schwarzkopfs are really intense. So I like that. I didn't get back on Cobra's Curse. Cobra's Curse is temporarily down. I think it's still temporarily down. I don't know what's going on with that ride. I don't know if any of us in the enthusiast community know. But that's been down for quite some time. I think it's still down.
So, well, yeah, I got nothing. They don't have people to run it.
Yeah, I don't know. They had people standing outside saying it was closed though. So they need to allocate that staff somewhere else.
Okay, that. Oh my God. Oh, fly them up to like Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, or something.
Yeah, and that's the thing also. Busch Gardens Tampa was not that crowded, and it didn't feel like they had any staffing issues. Everything was sufficiently staffed. All the restaurants are open, all the dining locations are open, all the rides were open. It was, and there wasn't. I mean, it wasn't packed. It was. I don't know if I'd even say it was busy per se. I mean, there were people there. Cheetah Hunt had a 120-minute line, but that's because they have the worst operations that I've ever seen. I know people were talking about like 17 dispatches a day or an hour on Mako. I probably 3 on Cheetah Hunt an hour. I'm not kidding. They were so awful. That was the only ride in the park that had that long of a line. Everything else, Montu was a 5-minute wait. Kumba was a 5-minute wait. Shikar was like a 30. Everything was pretty short, other than Cheetah Hunt because of that awful operations crew. A 25-minute line that we were supposed to wait in lasted about an hour and a half because of how bad the ops are. We could see the ride. We were on the ride platform pretty much, but we still were waiting about an hour and a half. It was kind of bonkers. Now we went there first because we knew that was going to happen. From our last trip, we knew that was going to happen. I don't know what it is with the crew there. I don't know if they're just lack of motivation. The supervisors just don't care. They're not trained properly, but they do not do their job well at all. It's crazy. Yeah, I would say there was an average about of 8-minute dispatch, 10-minute dispatch on that ride. It was kind of nuts. That was probably the worst thing that happened at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay, though. Everything else was excellent. We saw the animals. I really got to experience that more this time, which was great because I wasn't running around getting all the credits. I got to take in the animal aspect of it. I didn't do the safari tour because SeaWorld screwed me. That's part of the screwing that happened at Busch Gardens Tampa.
Wait, what? SeaWorld screwed a pass holder?
I know.
No.
So you go on the website, right?
kidding me.
You look at the benefits of a pass holder, at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay, and I'm like, all right, I'm a platinum pass holder. I'm gonna look at my platinum benefits here at this park, which you think would be that's perfectly sensible. This is the park you're at.
Yeah.
The benefits for a platinum pass should be the benefits they list. So it says, a free safari ride. Excellent. I get to ride the safari for free. I go to get that free safari ride and also get my free quick queue, which I'm supposed to be getting every time I go to a SeaWorld park. Actually, this comes later. I'll talk about that later. But I try to go get those two things. I'm going to ask about the safari, and I'm going to get my free quick queue that I'm supposed to get every time I go to a SeaWorld park as a platinum pass holder. I was told at guest services, oh, by the way, we're going to give it to you this time because I understand the confusion, but because you're not at Busch Gardens Williamsburg, you don't get your free quick queue. It's only at Busch Gardens Williamsburg. Only the one-time free quick queue is at Busch Gardens Williamsburg. And I'm like, really? And they're like, yep. And I'm like, where does it say that anywhere at all in my purchase? I mean, is that like in the fine print or anything? Well, it's just you buy it at your home park. That's where it's good at. And I'm like, all right. What about the free safari tour? Does that count? I mean, do I get that? Do I get a discount even? Nope, nothing. You get nothing for that. You don't get a free. You don't get a discounted. You don't even get a hooray. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it's like I was so peeved at that point. I could not. I really wanted to be like, all right, well, let's get my refund going here, again, because what the heck is going on? How do I? They're like, you get your whatever you have at Williamsburg, you get to free that. And I'm like, we don't have anything like this. We don't have a safari ride. We have the Rhine River Cruise, but that's free. What am I getting free at Williamsburg then? That's this encounter. It was ridiculous. And then I went to buy a shirt later that day, and I was expecting a 50% discount, which looking back on it, I should have realized, hey, I'm at Busch Gardens Tampa. They're probably going to find a way to screw me here. And I look at the receipt, and it's like I think it was 15% off. I'm like, whoa, that's not right. I'm a platinum pass holder guy. I was like, hey, I'm a platinum pass holder. I should be getting 50% off. And they're like, all right, let's rescan it. And I'm like, all right, cool. They rescanned it, and they're like, oh. They're like, can I see that pass again? They're like, oh, like a dumbass. Your pass is at Williamsburg. You don't get the 50% off. That's only at your home park. And I'm like, are you
How are
kidding
you
me?
thinking, you stupid Virginian?
Yeah, like, what are you thinking? I'm like, what? I only get 15% off now at this park? What the heck is that? What park chain has ever said that if you're the highest tier pass holder and you get into every park that the discounts don't apply at those parks? I've never heard that ever. I was so mad. And I guess I didn't buy any. I don't think I bought any merch last time I was there. And I guess I just didn't look at the receipts for my food or something, because I don't recall this happening in April. I'm sure it did. I don't think I ate that much. I don't actually think I ate at all at Busch Gardens Tampa. That's probably why I didn't eat and I didn't buy anything. And I didn't try to get my quick queue. Well, I would have realized that back then, but I was so beyond mad at that like little disclaimer that we were apparently told about, but I don't remember ever being told that, hey, you're good at every park, but you don't get the benefits at every park. You just get to go in. That's all you get. You just get free admission and free parking. That's it. That's all you get as a platinum. For the $400 you spend, just free parking and free admission. Everything else, the discounts are subpar, 15%. I mean, what? It was like a $70 shirt. I was expecting it to be like $35. It was like $57 or $60 still. I'm like, that's kind of nuts still. So, yeah, that was a sour taste to leave on. But I still like the park a lot. I still enjoy the park. They're poorly run right now. The management and the higher ups are really driving these parks in the ground. But overall, as parks, they're still excellent. They're still beautiful. I love seeing the animals. I still love the parks, but that is just a terrible taste in my mouth that was left at leaving. We left early because I was just fed up, and I was like, let's go to Tampa and go to a sports bar and just chill out, eat some food and just chill out because I can't do this right now. And we were gonna stay till 10. It was open till 10, but to be honest, we'd done everything, and I was just really angered. Me and Timmy were both kind of like, yeah, let's just head out. So yeah, that was our Busch Gardens Tampa Bay encounter. Whew. I'm sorry, I just went through an emotional whirlwind.
SeaWorld sucks.
SeaWorld management sucks, yes. Yeah. The parks are excellent. But yeah. And I watched the Stanley Falls log flume. I don't know, did you see the log flume with Great Adventure while you were there? Was that back open or anything?
So here's the crazy thing.
Okay.
There's like this brand new section of steel
Yeah.
on the log flume at Six Flags Great Adventure.
Okay.
Oh, it's the funniest thing.
But yeah, I watched Stanley Falls flume to make sure I was correct in my remembrance of the rail being there kind of for support, but not really meant to be taken that big a force. And yeah, it was. Like I took a video even. It was hitting that steel bar, but not at all that force. Like a bam. It wasn't like a slamming into it. It was more like a tap it and then kind of like it leads it on its way, kind of.
Maybe like sliding up into it or something.
Exactly.
Like that.
Yeah. That's kind of what occurs with that. But yeah.
Yeah, the log flume at Great Adventure was not open. They were still working on it. They were actively working on it. The new steel was in place.
Don't rock the boat, baby.
It was clearly
don't tip the boat.
If you saw the video of where that steel was broken before the accident occurred, that is exactly like. I mean, you look. It clearly is brand new steel, just welded in there. One thing I forgot to mention, speaking of rides breaking down, Nickelodeon Universe had quite a few breakdowns, which was kind of... Now, I will say this. Slime Streak had a breakdown. Within 5 minutes, they had 5 technicians on the loading platform working on that ride. I was extremely impressed with that. Every time... I mean, there were a few breakdowns that happened, and every single time it happened, they had maintenance staff there immediately. Funny story about that though is LJ actually got stuck on the swings up in the air.
Oh really?
Yeah.
On the chair swings or on like?
Yeah, the chair swings, the jellyfish, whatever. But like, yeah, the wave swinger knockoff, you know, the SpongeBob themed, you know, wave swinger. But yeah, he got stuck up there. I think he found it entertaining. LJ cracks me up. He jokes about stuff that like you wouldn't normally think of a 7-year-old joking about. But yeah, that was kind of a funny little thing that happened.
Yeah, on a side note, yeah. That's great. The Thursday, to continue my trip, was actually kind of a break, kind of like how you did the mall. And kind of took a break from the parks for a bit. I took a break. Me and Timmy actually both went down to Clearwater Beach. Clearwater Beach is right near Tampa, about 30 minutes from Tampa, on the Gulf of Mexico. The name, you probably can arrive at the fact that it is clear water, white sand. But I wasn't really impressed with the transparency of the water. I'd always heard that it was like you could see you could see right down to the bottom of the water, and you could see, and that was from like you could go out 10, 15, 20 feet, and you could still see your feet and still see the bottom of the water. I could not do that. It was definitely not as clear, and I've heard that there's possibly because there was a red tide and that there was just a lot of sediment because of like a storm that had come by, which is fair.
Yeah.
So I will revisit, and I'm gonna hold judgment. I still love the beach. It was still beautiful. It was still nice and warm, and the sand was excellent. Easily the most fine and soft sand I've ever been on. It's not like when you go to Virginia Beach or the Outer Banks or even Myrtle Beach, where it's like that yellow, hard, rough sand. It is white, powdery sand. It's like walking on clouds. It's excellent.
Like sandbox sand.
It is, yeah. It feels, and it's very very easy to walk on. It didn't even. It wasn't. I guess because of the albedo, like it's so resistant to the light that it was like midday, and it was still like pretty cool. It didn't feel hot at all. It was not like burning your feet on the sand like I'm used to. I was ready to like go running in the sand and have to like find my place and then jump in the water real quick so my feet weren't scalded off. But no, it was pretty cool actually. It felt nice to walk on that sand. I don't know. I really enjoyed my time there, but it definitely the water wasn't necessarily the most appealing part of the beach like I thought it would be. But I did end up passing by like a little private beach that was kind of on this like inland area of the water, and I guess that area hadn't experienced either that red tide or that storm like sediment uplift, and it looked pretty clear there. So I was like, maybe I'll come back down and give it another shot. I definitely would, because it definitely is a beautiful beach either way, but I definitely want to see that water, because I've always wanted to do that kind of experience where it's like you can go out and you can see like, oh, there's fish down there, and you can see your feet at the bottom of the water. Like it's just like a tropical. You just imagine that when you go like a tropical beach, you imagine it's gonna be like that.
Yeah.
And it wasn't quite like that. I was a little disappointed, but again, I've heard from people that that's not always the case, and it's definitely.
That's I was when I was a lot younger. I was actually in Jamaica, and that was the water was just unreal.
Yeah.
Like just crystal clear blue, like
Mm-hmm.
it was unreal. Like I never really thought beaches were like that anymore.
I know. You thought it was just
really
made
neat.
up. That's kind of
Yeah.
what I was hoping for. And again, I've heard that that's typically the case there. It just so happens that I visited on the wrong day. And then that Thursday, we actually ended up leaving about midday, and we did actually go to Universal that night, just for a little bit, for a brief, like from like 6 to 9. So for like 3 hours, we were at Universal. We got back on Velocicoaster, of course. That was the ride we got on that day, which was excellent. And I think that's all we did, because mostly we were taking videos and taking photos. Me for the YouTube channel and for the Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, and Timmy for his social media pages. So that's mainly what we did. And then that like hour left we rode Velocicoaster. And then Friday we woke up and we were supposed to go back to SeaWorld, and that was when I was going to try to get on Infinity Falls, and that did not happen. We went to Universal again because we were like, we need to get back on Velocicoaster because Velocicoaster is amazing. And we got back on that, and we got on, I think, Forbidden Journey as well. I just love that park so much. That's easily, I hate to say it, and I know it's going to sound cliche, and it might be disappointing to some, but that's probably my favorite park. Of course, it cheats. It's a multi-billion-dollar corporation that runs it. It cheats, and I'm totally not afraid to admit that. It's not Holiday World, where it's run by a family and they can't afford to theme everything that intricately. I understand, but the level of immersion, the level of theming, the level of detail just amazes me every time I go. I'd say for a total of I've gone 7 or 8 times now, like separate days, and every day I go. I'm never not amazed by the theming. So I'm sorry, guys. Universal's probably my favorite park. I can maybe make that like a favorite, and then do the actual list, like not including that, because I do feel like it cheats. But because Holiday World is of course my favorite park, but I don't know, Universal is right there with. I mean, I think that's number 1. So I don't know. But yeah, we were supposed to go to SeaWorld. I do want to take it back to SeaWorld a bit, because on that Sunday I forgot to mention. We had previously gone to the park in April and received these passes that said readmission on them. Readmission passes. We were given to us by a ride op she was an enthusiast. She saw we had roller coaster shirts on, and she was like, "Hey guys, what's up? How you doing?" We were like, "Hey," we kind of conversed a little bit, and she gave us these re-ride passes without really any knowledge to what that meant. We were like, it's probably like you're up in the queue and you re-ride. Like you re-ride the ride once you've ridden it once. Mm-hmm. I think that makes sense, right? That makes perfectly fine sense to me. We go this time, and we were trying to re-ride Mako. Nobody in the station. Nobody. It's dead. The park is dead. I mean, there were like nobody in Mako. And this ride operator crew would not allow us to re-ride. Not even twice. Not even doing the twice rule where you have to go around after you ride it the second time, which I'm fine with, because I know that's policy for some parks. Like that's actually stated in the policy of
Yeah.
the parks that you have to go around after the second ride. Even though I don't agree with that policy, I understand they have to enforce it. They were only allowing us to ride one time. One time, we could not re-ride. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to pull out my re-ride pass then. And then they have to. I mean, that's what it says, re-ride. She took it, she looked at it, she said, sorry, you still have to walk around. And she almost like turned away and like was about ready to walk away with the pass in my hand. I'm like, wait, hold, give me the pass back then. If I'm not being able to use it, I would like it back. So we took that back. I went up to the front, the guy working the front of the ride, and I was like, so explain this to me. This says re-ride on it, and we're not being able to re-ride. What is this pass? He said, oh, well, that's actually it's a quick queue. It's a one-time quick queue. And I'm like, why doesn't it just say that then? Why is it?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, it's, I don't know. I don't really understand that. I don't know why they don't say one-time quick queue. I know they even have passes that say one-time quick queue, so I don't know why that is a whole separate thing. But apparently that's what it was. So we still have those to use when we go back to SeaWorld. I didn't end up using them again because that was like the last rides of the night that we were there. And we were going to go back and use them on that Friday when we were going to go, but we were like, Velocicoaster. We were going to go and do Infinity Falls and use those re-ride passes, but ended up not doing so. That ride operator crew was really rude too, so we actually went to guest services and was like, we were only allowed to re-ride once, and there was no one in the station. They weren't giving any reasons why. And then they were just kind of rude too. And so we said that, and they were like, we're sorry about that. And then they even further explained. I was like, what is this re-ride pass? And they kind of gave the same explanation as that guy. They're like, it's a one-time quick queue. And and I was like, why isn't it? Just say that. Just say one-time quick queue. I don't understand the premise of a separate pass system that literally does the same thing as the one you already have. It's weird. But that was our SeaWorld trip in a nutshell.
So, I have a question for you. Did you encounter any of the not being able to select your own row because you didn't have quick queue?
No, we did not.
Okay. So I've been hearing that this is an actual thing, and I've heard this from multiple sources, that SeaWorld is actually trying out
Enforcing that. Mm-hmm.
basically a way to monetize being able to pick your own row or your own seat on a coaster, and it's being
I've
done
heard
through
about
the
that.
quick queue. But apparently a lot of ride ops are resistant to it. They don't want to deal with the blowback, which inevitably will come.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
a lot of times it's just not happening. But
Yeah, I haven't encountered that at all. I do want to say I forgot to mention, and I'm upset because it was one of the best parts of the park, part of the trip. Fun spot, both fun spots actually this time. Last time I didn't like Orlando as much. I really enjoyed my Orlando encounter this time. We rode White Lightning, the GCI there, I think almost 20 times. I mean, and I tell you, they do not have a re-ride policy at that park. They let you go all the time until you drop. We didn't drop. We stayed until close. And then the ops were like, every time they're like, are you ready to ride again? We're like, yep, send it again. Here we go. I did not like that ride the first time I rode it. I thought it was okay. I mean, I didn't dislike it. Let me rephrase that. I didn't dislike it. I didn't think it was excellent. I didn't think it was a great GCI. I really, really come to appreciate that ride a lot more. I think it really reminds me of Phoenix at Canobolas to a degree. It's very small, but it still packs a punch. And so that's what it reminds. And it doesn't have a high top speed. It doesn't have a big drop. I think it's like 67 feet tall or 70 feet tall or something like that. It goes like 40 miles an hour, but it just packs a punch. It's really, really excellent. I really come to appreciate that more. And then we did Freedom Flyer, which is the Vekoma suspended family coaster. That was pretty good. I didn't get on that last time. That was all right. And yeah, that was my Fun Spot America encounter. The ride ops were awesome. I want to give a shout out to the ride ops. They allowed us 2 last rides of the night. Right, we got our first last ride of the night, and they were like, "Do you want another one?" Yes. Do you want another one after that? Yes. And that is how operations should be done. I mean, they were like, you want? Let's get, the whole train was getting excited. They're like, one more run, and let us go again. Let us go again. Let us go again. It was really, really awesome. Excellent crew there. I really commend them there. That was really good. And then Fun Spot America, Kissimmee. Let's talk about that park. That park was a little bit different of an encounter. Actually, kind of the opposite until we finished the day, and then I'll explain what that means. So we went we did the Sky Coaster, which is awesome. They forgot to mention that if you have a pass, you get a discount, a large discount. So we ended up having to get a refund for that because we paid $30 for the Sky Coaster, and it would actually only been $10 per person since we have passes. They didn't even say like, hey, do you have a pass? Or because what happened was my mom went in to pay for the Sky Coaster, and she was going to pay for all three of us, and then we just split out the differences later. So she went in and paid for the $90 for all three of us to ride, and she's like, they never mentioned once that if you got a pass, there was a discount. She didn't ask if I had a pass, any of that. And so we had to pay $90, and then we had to go get a refund. So that kind of sucked. But and then they even said they couldn't give us a refund. We went back into the Sky Coaster place, and we're like, hey, we had a pass. Could we have gotten the $20 off discount? And they're like, no, we can't give refunds now. Once you've ridden, you already got. That's it. Sorry, we can't give refunds. And Mom's like, that's bull. We went to guest services, and they were like, yeah, we'll give you a refund real quick. Sorry about that. I mean, I was like, what? So that was a bit strange. But the Sky Coaster is excellent. My mom was very scared of it, and so was Timmy a bit, because he had to pull the ripcord for the first time that he's ever done it. So that was exciting for him. I always do the ripcord. Whenever I do it, people make me do the ripcord. I don't really have an issue with it. But Timmy had never done it before. He thought he might freeze up there. But he didn't. He pulled it, and it was a lot of fun. I love those Sky Coasters. Especially the tallest in the world. That's excellent. And then we went to go ride Mind Blower, which still is probably one of my favorite rides in Florida. It was my favorite until Velocicoaster. It's excellent. It's so freaking good. Such strong airtime. The inversion's excellent. The drop is great. I mean, Bob, I know you're a big fan of wooden coasters. I cannot wait to get on that. I know you're going to love it. I mean, it's so freaking excellent. It's so good. Gravity Grip did it again with this one. They hit it out of the park. And the issue we had, though, and why I said earlier we had a larger issue with this park until the end of the day, was because there was a ride operator crew there that was really, really, really just unenthusiastic. Not even that, but just, you could tell they did not want to be there, right? And that's fine. I don't care. You don't have to be zippity-doo, like happy and in a great mood to operate a ride for me. I don't need that presence. I don't need that attitude necessarily. But they were just very, very, very rude, and they just didn't seem like they were at all happy to be there at all. Like they were just like, screw this, kind of. And that wasn't really an issue until about 11:40-ish, when they started talking about, for some reason, we were asking to re-ride again. And keep this in mind. The night before this, we had been at Fun Spot America Orlando, where we had re-ridden White Lightning 20 times. They started talking about, well, so what happens is when you get a season pass, you actually go to guest services and you get a wristband. You just get a wristband every time. That's how the season pass works. You just get a wristband every time you go to the parks. You get one of the wristbands. So we had one of the wristbands, and they were like, well, your wristband's going to expire here soon. And we're like, yeah, at 12 it'll expire when the park closes. And they were like, no, it'll time out here soon. I don't know if we can let you re-ride. And we're like, all right. So we were like, are they telling us we can't ride again? They didn't really say don't come back here again and ride. They were like, it might time out soon. So we're like, all right, well, we'll go around then and ride again. And we did that. And we're like, all right, there's no issue. And they didn't say anything for a while. And then it was like, I think it was 11:50. And we had asked to re-ride, and they said, no, you cannot re-ride again. You're done. Like, they were like, we're done operating this ride, kind of. But another group walks up. And the woman goes, hey, we're here to ride. And she goes, no, we're done for the night. And she goes, well, we just paid for this ticket like 5 minutes ago. And they said that the ride will be open until 12, as the park is open until 12. And they went, well, no, we're closing the ride early. That's not. And they were very, like, rude and like, sorry. I know you just bought this ticket, but screw you, kind of. And me and Timmy both were like, that's really not cool. So we walked off. And we went to guest services, and we said, hey, just to let you know, like, we don't want anything, we don't need anything, we just want to let you know that one of your ride operators just turned us away well before the closing time, which, 10 minutes, whatever. There was nobody there, keep this in mind. Nobody was there. So it wasn't like, oh, they needed to get the line through and close the ride down and do their closing procedures. Nope, none of that. They literally had no one at that ride except us and that group that came up. And then we said, hey, and they were about to deny paying customers who just bought tickets. They were not going to admit them to the ride. And they went, oh, really? That's really, the guest services, we're really sorry about that. So she walks back to the back room for a bit. She comes back out, and she has like I guess she had like a key in her hand. I don't know if that had anything to do with what, but she had like a key in her hand. And I was like, all right, that's interesting. And she's like, hold on, guys, I'm going to be right out. And we're like, all right, we were just here to just kind of like pass this news on. Not really, we weren't asking for like, we want, free tickets or whatever. We were just like literally just letting her know that that's happening at one of the rides. She comes out and goes, that's completely unacceptable. We apologize completely for that. You paid till 12. You have a pass. The time says we're here till 12. We should be here till 12. You should be able to ride the ride till 12. That's unacceptable. They're rude to you. We understand that. And she's like, you know what? We're going to allow you guys to walk up to the platform right now and re-ride it one more time right now. And me and Timmy both were like, no, we're not doing that. That ride operator crew is going to be pissed at us if we walk up there with you and you tell them that they're operating the ride one more time for us. I was like, I would rather die. Like, I would love to get back on Mind Blower, but I would rather die than walk back up there with like the supervisor and be like, and force them to operate that ride for us. That would be the most awkward thing I've ever done in my life. But we said we appreciate the offer. This is excellent customer service. We really appreciate it. And she's like, we're going to talk with them. We're going to tell them that they are here till 12. That is their job. And that's no way to treat paying customers and just customers in general. And that was really great customer service. She was so, and her name was Amanda. I remember. That's what happens when you're such a great communicator with your guests and you're such a kind figure to your guests. I remember her name. I mean, I don't remember anyone's name from the staff other than her. I remember Amanda. She was excellent. I cannot. That was such great customer service. I applaud that. She was like, I will march up there and we will reride that. You will reride that coaster tonight if you really want to. And we're like, nope, we do not. Me and Timmy both like, please no. My mom's like, come on, and I'm like, nope, Mom, please don't make us do this. Please, that's gonna be so embarrassing and so awful. But yeah, that was a really excellent display of customer service. So I was very happy about that. Fun Spot really did an excellent job there. And that's it. I mean, that's the small parks. I think that because of how small they are able to do things like that, and they're able to have those kind of repercussions for actions like that. Because corporate parks, even Nickelodeon Universe to a degree, like, I don't know if those employees that were kind of rude to you and closed off the ride early to you got any type of punishment, or not punishment, but feedback for that. Like, hey, don't do that. Be better. But because of the small park, the chain of the chain of command is a lot closer to just the regular associates, and they're able to say, hey guys, we need to do better this time. Come on, that's not cool. So I think that's excellent. I really enjoyed that aspect of Fun Spot. That really made the whole trip better. Even like though we didn't rewrite it, I still felt really, really awesome leaving that park that night. I was like, we really were heard tonight, and we mattered to the park, obviously, unlike SeaWorld.
Yeah.
So that was the trip. We actually did stop at Six Flags Over Georgia the next day. Just quickly, we stayed till like 1, I think, or 2. We got on Goliath, easily my favorite B&M Hyper. Intense, airtime filled, excellent ride. Got on Twisted Cyclone, still a great RMC. I love that RMC. We got on Batman the Ride. I do have to say, Batman the Ride may be my favorite invert. I know I said Montu and Banshee are up there. Batman the Ride's slipping its way in there, man. That thing is intense. I mean, your legs are so numb. It's crazy. That really, really, really surprised me. It surprised me every time. I'm like, maybe I just got a good ride on it last time. This time I'm going to ride it. It's not going to be that good. It's just going to be like the regular Batman the Ride clones. No. It is far above the rest. And yeah.
That was actually the first coaster I ever blacked out on.
Oh, yeah.
Or not blacked out, but grayed out. And when I say grayed out, I mean,
yes.
That was still to this day, that is the most intense gray out that I've ever had.
I would probably
including any ride I've had on I-305.
Yeah, I would have to say I might agree with you there. I mean, I gray out on that ride. Now I want to go ride it.
I rode Batman the Ride at Great Adventure this week, and I didn't have that same experience.
No, it's not the same at that one at all. And none of the others I've ridden have been that way. I've ridden a couple others, and they're not the same. I've ridden Great White at Six Flags, SeaWorld, and San Antonio. I rode Goliath at Six Flags Fiesta Texas. That's all. They're all Batman the Ride clones. None of them were that like that, except for the Batman the Ride clone at Six Flags Over Georgia. And that was the trip. We drove back up today. Yeah, Six Flags Over Georgia was yesterday. And if anyone wants to know this, the time reference we're using, it is currently Sunday the 27th. Well, it's Monday the 28th now because it's midnight, but it's Sunday the 27th when we're recording this. So that's the 26th, the Saturday, is when I was at Over Georgia. And I had a pretty good experience. I do have to say I could not find water for like the first hour and a half of the park operation. I mean, we went to like 4 different restaurants, and each restaurant said, "Hey, we're closed, sorry. Hey, we're closed, sorry. Hey, we're closed, sorry."
It only costs like $7 in the vending machine.
I know that. I should have thought of that. We were. I mean, me and Timmy both said we were almost ready to just pay the $8 for water. Like we were so thirsty, and I'm like, I'm literally gonna pass out on the next coaster we ride if I don't get water. And Timmy's like, yeah, I probably will too. Like it was so bad. We went to 4 different restaurants. I walked one of the restaurants. The door was wide open. The entrance was wide open. I walk in and I'm like, hey, and they're like, sorry, we're closed. No, you can't come in here. And I'm like, the door's open. And they're like, oh, we're closed. And I'm like, can I please, for the love of God, can you just get one of those little plastic cups and just fill it up with water? I can see the machine right there. It's not that hard. Please. I'm not asking for food. I'm not asking for soda. Just give me some water. And they're like, no, we're closed. Sorry. And I'm like, I was so angered. I don't understand. Parks need to like really emphasize that to their crews. Water is, especially like you just stated, it was really hot this past week. I mean, it was like 95 degrees like all the days we were at all these parks. It was nuts. So to not be able to have access to water is not acceptable, I don't think. I mean, that is unsafe. I mean, we went an hour and a half without finding a restaurant that was open. We finally got one, and we got some water, but man, it was crazy trying to find water. But other than that, I enjoyed my stay. It was an enjoyable time at Six Flags Over Georgia. I liked all the rides there. They have a good collection. And that does it for the trip recap. Man, I tried to do a speed run there, and I still took me like 50 minutes to get through that.
I was, yeah.
I don't know who clocked in no longer though. Let's see who clocked in longer in the trip recap here. I don't know. I think it might have been about tied. Either way, wow, quite a long trip recap. Oh boy. So now we're not done yet. I want to be done, but we're not. The weekly poll for last week is SeaWorld not opening their 2021 attractions a good business move? As in, is it smart from their perspective?
This was your plan all along, wasn't it?
To tire you out? Yeah.
Get me tired.
This is how I feel.
Ready to fall
This is how I
asleep.
felt the past few weeks when when people have been like, "Oh, do that debate now." This is how I felt. I was like that. I was exhausted. And I was like, "No, I can't do that." So, I mean, we got to do it.
Oh yeah, when I'm the one that's tired, we're gonna do it.
Yeah. All right, can you pause real quick? Hold up. I got to get some more water. I can't go another hour without water.
Man, I don't know. Can
we
we
expedite
release
this?
an episode this long?
I didn't know it would be this long. I had no clue. What did you say? Have we ever had an episode this long?
No, can we release an episode this long? I mean, this is like...
I know, we're turning into In the Loop. In the Loop releases like 15-hour-long podcasts sometimes. I'm not joking. They literally have done like 4 or 5 hour shows before.
And this is... But that's the thing. This is like...
I know. I agree.
I mean, this is even like if you normally do like I think we average about an hour and a half.
They just
Maybe
released
2.
one a week ago that was 3 hours and 35 minutes.
Huh?
I said In the Loop just released one last week that was 3 hours and
I thought
32
you were
minutes.
saying we did. I'm like, I don't remember that. What the? Like, but that's the thing. We're like already at twice our average podcast length. Like this isn't like if somebody listens to something on the way somewhere, like you can't even finish it going there and coming back.
So do you just want to postpone the argument till next week then?
I don't know. I don't know how to handle this. I mean, we've been Yeah, I thought about that too, Timmy, but wow.
If we went into it with that attitude, that would have been fine, but now it's kind of too late to make it two-part. I think we could just say, hey, we had the weekly poll this week. We're still going to talk about your results, and we're still going to talk about our opinions on this matter, but just for the sake of the listeners, we've decided to postpone it till next week.
I feel like if we go over 3 hours, I feel like that 3 hour mark is kind of a critical point.
That threshold.
Like, I think that's one where like it pops up in somebody's feed and they go 3 hour, like even if it's 2:59, like your brain doesn't respond in the same way as 3 hours.
Yeah, it's just like when marketers go $2.99 instead of $3.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like I just that's my biggest fear is like
Bob, I mean, we've done it the past 3 shows already, like just saying not only are we exhausted from giving these extensive recaps of our trips, but we don't have the time. Like, you guys would be listening to us for another hour, and I don't know if you guys want to do that right now. We can literally make this the main point of the second half of the show next week.
Yeah.
All right, so let me find where.
Didn't you didn't you say you forgot to post the poll again or something? You just posted this
I
morning?
posted it like really early this morning. I think most people responded to it at this point, but yeah, most people have. Yeah, a lot of people responded. No, hell no, no. Yes, there's one yes. There's 2 yeses, but one sarcastically. And then there's one kind of yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking it's better for the next half. Like, Pam's tapping out, of course.
This is how I feel. This is how I felt the past.
And we
few
actually
weeks
started
when
at
when people
9.
have been
That's
like,
the
"Oh,
crazy
do that
part about
debate
this.
now." This is how I felt. I was like that. I was exhausted, and I was like, "No, I can't do that." So I mean, we got to do it.
The problem is, like, like even if we start going over the answers.
Nah, let's just not do it. Is SeaWorld not opening their 2021 attractions a good business move? I want to be done, but we're not. Oh boy! So now
Can
we're
we
not
wrap
done
this
yet.
show up in 6 minutes?
I don't know who clocked in no longer though. Let's see who clocked in longer in the trip recap here. I don't know. Say Now Goliath is so much better because it's such an excellent ride. It's not because Mako's not good. I really like Mako now a lot more than I did. New parks for us this week.
Do you agree
but there
with
was
me that
new
like, the 3 hour
experiences.
thing is...
Yeah, I've never done a 3-hour show before, and I don't know if people would appreciate that. Testing my audio. Hello. New parks. God damn it. Sorry. Testing.
I'm also
my
afraid too that I think there's some people that I'm not saying that it's a bad thing when we do these, but I think there's some people that are like, oh, I don't really like the review segments, and they just like, okay, they just kind of stop from the second half, like they don't listen to it, and then they'd actually end up missing the third half.
No, I think people. I think it's probably.
No, I'm not saying everybody. There's just a few people that like might not, like they're like, okay, I don't want to listen to this part, so they stop, but then they miss that third segment.
What about the people that go, I've already heard these news stories 400 times, I'm going to skip over the news segment?
But they may do that. I mean, people do it different, but what I'm saying is, like, we're usually news and then a bigger discussion. Like, it's more like, not, oh, it's the second half, like they're just done. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't know if I know what you're saying. Yes.
I'm saying,
And
I
I
mean,
think
it
it's
may
probably
only be
true.
like 1 or 2 people, but that's still 1 or 2 people that won't hear.
Oh boy. So now we're not done yet. Quite a long wow. Quite a long. Either way, I think it might have been about tied.
So apparently something is being announced at Six Flags Over Texas tomorrow.
Fiesta, Texas?
Or Fiesta, Texas, something. I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
One of those.
All right. I'm at 252.57. You're probably a little off. Just cut it off before we start talking about
I'm
the
at
poll.
254.
You cut it off before we started the poll?
Wait.
Hello. I'm James, and I am the host of Coaster Talk Podcast. Hello. I'm James,
Oh, yeah.
and I am the host of Coaster. Why is I cannot express my madness.
What?
I cannot express my anger right now.
Of what?
My microphone.
Oh.
The audio quality just changes every week because I don't know. Hi. I'm James, and hi. I'm James, and
So you were at 252 what?
252.57.
252.57?
Yeah.
Okay. That should work.
Hello. Welcome back to another episode, guys. I'm really mad. I'm really happy. Hello. Welcome back to another episode. Nope. Sounds like I'm screaming. This annoys me.
I said I'm
Hello.
tired and I want a nap.
Oh, Bob.
What?
I get it. Never mind. That was just kind of, I don't know why I said Bob. I'm kind of talking to myself.
Oh. So I said I'm tired, I need a nap. I don't know if that was for the poll or if it was in response to you saying we're done. Or you finished, like that's the end of that. I don't know. Should I leave it there or should I cut before that?
You can leave it. If I don't think it fits, I'll change it.
Okay. Then in that case I can cut right at 252.57. It's like literally it'll be right there.
Literally or metaphorically?
Literally.
Literally or metaphorically? Here we go. Every week I have to just do this, I guess. Just change my gain on the actual.
Yeah, you're getting really quiet.
Is that better? Hello? Hi?
Yeah, I mean the quality's fine. You're just sounding quieter. And I
Hi,
don't think
I'm
that
James.
changed
I think
anything.
it's getting really loud now. Hi, I'm James. That was actually good. It might have been about tied. Alright, are you ready?
Yep.
So I said it might be about tied. I was talking about the length of how long we talked about our trips. So I'm just going to go on.
Yeah, and that's where I said I'm tired.
I need a nap. I'll figure it out. It'll work. Alright, you ready?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I even screwed that up. I'm tired. 3, 2.
Either way, we both talked about our trips, and they were both excellent trips. We, as you guys can tell, we had a lot of fun. Oh wait, hold up. My audio is like really quiet now. Holy shit. It went from like,
Yeah.
alright. Either way, I'm testing my audio because it screwed me this time. Either way,
That's what
I'm
you get for
testing my
buying a
audio
Yeti.
because, Bob, it actually sounds excellent right now. It's just, that was some of the best audio quality I've ever heard, actually. I'm not kidding. That I've had out of this microphone. The audio I had earlier sucked massive balls, and now I've fixed one little thing, and it sounds excellent. All right. Are you ready?
You'll like the tweet I sent out
Oh my god.
like a half hour ago. Forgot to mention it because you were talking.
Are you sure it wasn't you?
Sure.
Did you mention me or not? Because I don't see anything mentioned.
No, I didn't. You just liked it.
Yeah? Am I not supposed to?
Oh yeah, you were talking like you couldn't find it, and then you
I
like
couldn't
it,
for a
and-
brief second. I thought you mentioned
Okay.
me.
Gotcha.
I thought you were like, hey, I'm at Kosher Talk JB or whatever.
No, I didn't. All right. Are you good? Ready?
Yeah, I'm just going to send out a tweet in response about this.
Okay.
I guess I'm going to say the show's dropping tomorrow because it technically is a bit, but I'll just say dropping Monday.
Later today.
Yeah, I'll just say dropping tomorrow, question mark. Today, Monday.
You say it's our longest show ever, excluding our 100th episode. Because I think this is it. This is definitely our longest episode.
All right, you ready?
Yep. 3, 2.
Regardless, oh my god. Nope. Regardless, that actually sounded really good. I thought it looked like it peaked, and then I listened to the audio and it didn't peak. At least it didn't sound like it. It looked like it did on my end. All right.
3, 2.
Regardless, we both sounded. Fucking. All right.
Oh man. Three, 2.
Either way, we both had excellent trips, as you can tell from our great memories we have to share for you. Well, some of them were great, some of them weren't, but overall, I think we both had good experiences at all these parks. So, yep, that is about it for the show. I know we'd hyped up this big debate we were going to have in the second half, and it was going to be glorious.
We've been hyping it up for like a month.
We've been hyping it up for quite some time, but I know this episode for sure, we were like, this is happening, it's happening. We now have gotten through the vast majority of our episode, and we realized, hey, this episode is going to clock in at like 4 hours if we don't stop right now. So we're not going to do that to you. So for the listener's sake and for our sake, I mean, it is late. We're going to postpone it till next week. And I tell you, we will do it next week. It will happen. We will make sure of it. We'll read your responses, and we'll also have our own debate and discussion on the show in the second half. So this is definitely a thing that will be happening next week. Please, please, please count on it. You can count on it. So again, is SeaWorld not opening their 2020-21 attractions a good business move? Is the poll.
I think we should just continue this until they actually open their attractions.
Yeah, we'll pull a SeaWorld. It's the debate is anticipated for 2021, right? It'll happen at some point in 2021. We anticipate. No, but it'll happen next week. We can we can ensure that, unlike SeaWorld, which can't ensure their rides are opening. But yes, that was the weekly poll for this week, and we will continue it on to the next week's show. So we'll read all the responses we get. I guess you could still respond on the website. The Instagram and Twitter and Facebook polls will all be up, but you can still respond on the website up until then, because that'll be up there on the website for a little bit. So next week's weekly poll will be, what is your favorite drop tower? So we talked about drop towers on this show quite a bit. I talked about Falcon's Fury. Bob talked about his Zumanjaro experience. Even talked about the SNS launch drop tower that he got on.
Yeah, there's
And
also the Larson Towers.
the Larson Towers that none of us rode on this trip, but they always come up when we talk about drop towers just because they're that good.
I mean, you could even go back to the Intamin first gen free falls.
Yeah,
Like
you could.
Demon Drop.
You could, but
Anything.
Larson's always come up, no matter what. No matter what, if we bring up a
Oh,
drop
yeah.
ride, even if it doesn't, we're just talking about that one particular drop ride. You have to always go. But is it better than the Larson?
That is the factor to. I mean,
To surpass, yeah.
like seriously, Zumanjaro is not nearly as frightening as a Larson Drop Tower, which is just
I think your first ride on it
Unreal,
probably
but-
would be, but other than that, after you've ridden it that first time, no, not even close.
yeah. I think that's a fair assessment.
The Larson drop towers still scare me. Yeah, they're still like not, they don't scare me. They give me that sense of like, oh, what am I doing? Like that
Yeah,
anticipation.
why am I doing this?
Yeah.
And then you drop and you're like, oh, I gotta do that again, and then you start your way back
Yeah,
up,
and
and
you're
you're
like,
like,
why am
what?
I doing this?
Why?
You get that
Why
adrenaline
am
rush
I
for that
doing
brief moment, and you're like, I'm gonna get back in line. And then once you've gotten locked in and secured, you're like, wait, attendant, get me off. No.
Yeah.
But yep, that is about it for this week's show. I apologize again. I know you guys are looking forward to that weekly poll, but that debate will have to occur on the next week's show. I do want to bring up something that is in the upcoming shows will be released in fuller detail. The Kosher Talk podcast photo contest is back. It's an annual tradition here. We started it last year, and we're continuing it through this year. So we'll release details in terms of rules and protocol and all that you'll have to follow through, submitting it to the website and whatnot. But that'll all come up very shortly in the next couple of weeks. But I just wanted to give kind of a entry into that. That is, in case you were wondering, that is on our radar. We are ready to begin that process again. And we're excited because last year we had quite a bit of great results, great submissions, and I look forward to seeing even better ones this year, I'm sure.
Yeah. Definitely.
All right, Bob. Well, that concludes our show. If you want to answer the weekly poll, which I just listed as the favorite drop tower, that's kushakpodcast.com/poll. If you want to follow us for industry news, updates, our opinions, any of that kind of interaction with us, you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all at Kosher Talk Pod. If you want to subscribe to the YouTube channel and see any of the video content that we produce, that's Kosher Talk Podcast, all 3 separate words. Contact us with comments, questions, concerns by going to koshertalkpodcast.com/contact. If you want to leave an audio file with the show, or you want to contact with us via email, james@koshertalkpodcast.com or bob@koshertalkpodcast.com is where to go. And lastly, if you want to support the show, please go to koshertalkpodcast.com/shop and buy some of our merchandise. We really appreciate the free marketing, and I think we have some good designs. So something you should look out for if you like it.
Yes, for sure.
All right, so that concludes the show for sure. I always say it, but this one definitely is warranted. That was a long one.
It was.
Thank you guys so much for listening, though, and we'll see you guys all on next week's Get Ready for the SeaWorld debate.
Yay.
That's going to be a fun episode to edit.
Indeed.
26. All right, that project is saved. Guys, we did it. Oh my gosh, that was it. All right. I'm gonna go to bed. If that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, I actually need to get to bed too, because I'm supposed to meet a customer for lunch tomorrow.
What time?
I I don't know, but I know he doesn't like to eat lunch late, so
You know that about
I
him?
don't know. Be like, huh?
Did you know that
What's
about
that?
him?
Yeah.
All right.
It's a rough day to get back into the swing of things after being off for not doing anything for a week.
I'm sure.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks for joining us for the whole frickin'
How long?
how long were we live?
Oh my
Three and
god,
a
we were
half
live for
hours?
5 hours.
Wow.
Oh my god. That's ridiculous.
Wow.
All right. Whew. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.